down the first now. I found them.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our closed session. Before we begin, Councilmember Showalter, do you have a request to make? Oh, you're muted. Let me see if I could ask to unmute.
Sorry about that. I am unable to attend this meeting in person due to a personal medical issue and request that I be allowed to participate in the meeting remotely due to emergency circumstances under Government Code Section 54953F. No one under the age of 18 is present at my location.
Thank you. Since we have other remote participation this evening, I will ask Assistant City Clerk Molyneux to take a roll call vote on allowing Councilmember Showalter to participate in this meeting remotely.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
I don't see that Mayor Kamei has joined the meeting. The motion carries with 5 ayes and 1 absence.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. City Attorney Lowe will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the items listed for closed session.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council members. There is one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 3.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Thank you, City Attorney. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on today's agenda? If so, click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And we have no speakers, and I see no speakers online. So the council will now recess to the Plaza Conference Room for closed session and return to council chambers at the close to continue the regular session.
Hi, Pat. You'll need to log off and then join the other Zoom meeting.
I know, I can't find the email. Do you know where it is? Hey, wait a minute, confidential close, no. Zoom information for tonight. I think I found it. Here we go. Sorry.
Okay, it's 6:40. I'm calling our meeting back to order. I'm getting used to that. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
No final action was taken in closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And all right, so now we will begin our regular session. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Mountain View City Council meeting of February 11, 2025. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you for that. And the Assistant City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Here. Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Showalter?
Here?
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Here.
And Mayor Kamei?
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our presentation items. Please note, this is a presentation only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the City Clerk now. So item 3.1 is going to be, we are happy to be joined this evening for the American Heart Month proclamation. We are happy to be joined by Dee Burris, Associate Chief Administrative Officer, and Dr. Wakako Nomura, Assistant Physician in Chief from the Kaiser Permanente Mountain View Medical Offices to accept this proclamation. So would you join me at the lectern? Hi. All right. All right. So, hi, I'm Emily. Nice to meet you. I know you.
Yeah, Dee had a family matter computer.
No worries. So, the proclamation reads, whereas American Heart Month was established by President Lyndon B. Johnson under the Presidential Proclamation 3566 in December 1963, 10 days after Congress issued a joint resolution requesting the President to issue annual proclamations, and whereas the first Friday of American Heart Month is also National Wear Red Day as part of American Heart Month's Go Red for Women's initiative. Go Red Day is an ideal time to remind everyone to focus on their hearts and encourage them to get their families, friends, and communities involved. And whereas cardiovascular disease affects men, women, and children of every age and race in the United States, and whereas cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women in the United States, killing more women than all forms of cancer combined. Now, therefore, it says I, Ellen Kamei, but it actually is, therefore, our wonderful mayor, Ellen Kamei, along with my colleagues on the council, do hereby proclaim month of February as American Heart Month and urge all residents to show their support for the fight against heart disease by increasing awareness, speaking out about heart disease, and empowering others to reduce their risk for cardiovascular disease so that we could save thousands of lives each year. Now, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. As we celebrate the American Heart Health Month, it's a great time to focus on maintaining a healthy heart through balanced diet and active lifestyle. At Kaiser Permanente, we're dedicated to promoting heart health and providing exceptional care to our community. Our mission is to provide high-quality, affordable health care to its members in the community. At Mountain View, which is right across the street, in addition to adult family medicine, pediatrics, OBGYN psychiatry and dermatology, we have nutritionists and team-based approach combining physician, pharmacists, social workers, and educators who take care of complex medical condition as well as chronic condition such as hypertension and diabetes, approaching each patient in a holistic way. If you are a Kaiser Permanente patient, you have a 33% reduction in premature death from heart disease. So, do your heart a favor and join Kaiser Permanente. KP has always been an industry leader in prevention, and I'm really excited to share about lifestyle medicine. You will hear this more and more. Lifestyle medicine is a use of evidence-based lifestyle therapeutic approach, such as whole food, plant-predominant dietary lifestyle, not vegan, just plant-forward, regular physical activity, restorative sleep, stress management, avoidance of risky substances, and positive social connection. These are the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. And primary therapeutic modality for prevention, treatment, and oftentimes reversal of chronic diseases. We have had doctors successful removing medications from patients when they have joined the lifestyle medicine program. We have monthly cooking demo as part of Wellness Wednesday, where we focus on the preventable care of lifestyle medicine. So I just wanted to thank the mayor and the Mountain, thank you, Mayor, and the council for inviting us and providing this opportunity for the proclamation.
Thank you. Before you get back to your seat, I would like to ask my colleagues to come up here for a quick picture. And those of you up on the screen, be sure to smile. All right. Colleagues?
Right here, where
Yeah, we're going to be right here. Okay. Is that fine, Karen? We'll have you at the center. All right. Thank you. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Oh, and it looks like Councilmember Showalter has a few words.
Yes, as someone who has benefited from Kaiser's cardiac care, I got 2 stents put in about 15 years ago, and under an emergency situation. And I have to say, I was just super impressed by the level of care and the breadth of the care. But one of the things that I learned in this process that I want to share, particularly with all the women that are listening, is that our symptoms are quite different from the standard ones that men have. And so if you have any inkling at all that something might be wrong with your heart or your upper respiratory system, please have it checked. You will be, you and your family will be forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. Mayor Kamei?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I just want to apologize that I can't be there in person. I have mandatory work travel, but want to thank our neighbors across the street for coming and accepting the proclamation and educating us on everything that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now take public comment for the presentation item. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the presentation item listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raised hand button on Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I'm seeing no speakers. Oh, there might be a speaker? No speakers. We will now take virtual speakers. And I am seeing no virtual speakers, which leads us to our next item, the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. If an item is pulled from consent calendar, it will be considered separately following an approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on these items or the next items, oral communication on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? I see Allison, Councilmember Hicks.
I'm not pulling, I just want to comment on 4.2, so when that's appropriate.
No worries. Any other? All right. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on these items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I have here Andrea Wald. 4.3, yes. On the consent calendar? I have you here to speak on 4.3, which is the consent calendar item. No, not for a consent calendar item.
The voting for the budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully this works. My name's Andrea Wald. I co-founded an organization called Community for Natural Place Surfaces. Our mission, we advocate for safe natural place surfaces. We educate public and private stakeholders on the harms of artificial turf and other artificial materials. We strive to increase the amount of grass and natural materials in our playing fields, playgrounds, parks, and towns. I'm here this evening as a preliminary introduction of myself and my desire to find those within the City of Mountain View's offices that I can get connected to and share my message regarding artificial turf, its harms to our environment and our health. I'm hoping to provide whatever meaningful information, including a formal presentation if desired, to whichever city groups have a desire to become more educated on the topic of plastic grass and how it's harming us all in ways we are beginning to fully understand and to alert everyone that we should be very fearful of. So far my efforts have led to the City of Sunnyvale deciding to keep natural grass for a park renovation where they were set to vote on installing artificial turf. Not only was this the best decision for the environment and health of all, but it's what those living nearest this specific park wanted. So, as far as the Perchetti Park is concerned, and I understand that's on to be discussed for voting, I see a 2-acre park is planned. I can only hope that artificial turf is not part of the plans for this site. Not only is it harmful, but it's counter to Mountain View's climate action goals, which the City Council adopted. I believe you have an obligation to your community members to make the right decisions when it comes to how best to address climate change and related issues. Safe, healthy environment, including safe drinking water for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Giovanna speaking on item 4.2.
Hi, good evening. My name is Giovanna Sardelli, and I have the privilege of serving as the new artistic director of TheaterWorks Silicon Valley. And first and foremost, I want to thank you for your steadfast dedication to the arts in our region and for your service to the Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts. And I am honored to be here tonight, both to introduce myself and to speak on behalf of TheaterWorks, an organization that has been a proud cultural cornerstone of Silicon Valley for 54 years. TheaterWorks has a long and rich history of serving this community through professional productions, new play development, and transformative community engagement programs. And at the heart of our work is the mission to celebrate the human spirit, connect people through the arts, and uplift the voices of diverse storytellers. The partnership between TheaterWorks and the City of Mountain View, particularly through our shared use of the MVCPA, has been essential to achieving this mission. TheaterWorks was the first company to perform at the center, and we have been there since the beginning for over 3 decades. This relationship has not only enriched the cultural fabric of our community, but has also delivered tangible benefits to the local economy. Last season alone, 46,610 ticket holders joined us at the center, bringing vitality to local businesses from restaurants to retailers. And as a tenant, TheaterWorks contributes significantly to the center's operations, paying for rent, stagehand payments, and additional building hours. In total, our presence generates nearly $2 million in economic impact annually to Mountain View, and we are deeply committed to continuing this partnership. So the changes to the home company arrangement on which you will vote this evening do present challenges for TheaterWorks, but we were able to work with Teresa Yvonne, with whom we have a strong partnership, and the Performing Arts Committee to speak to some of our concerns. And while these changes have created challenges for us, in the spirit of partnership, we have made some near-term concessions that we think we can work with. And I hope that the City Council will work in partnership with us to ensure that TheaterWorks can continue to culturally and financially lift up Mountain View. As a new leader of TheaterWorks, a locally grown and nationally known respected theater, I look forward to an ongoing conversation with this council as we work on our shared goals to deepen our artistic and economic impact in Mountain View. And I'd like to thank the mayor, the vice mayor, and the council for your time and your unwavering support of the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no virtual public comment, so I will bring it back to council for action. I believe Councilmember Hicks had a brief comment, and we are also ready for a motion.
Actually, after hearing public commentary, I'm going to change my brief comment a bit. I was going to highlight 4.2. I thought it needed some highlighting. 4.2 is the Performing Arts Home Review. And I'm so glad, Giovanna Sardelli, that you came and did highlight it a bit. I want to say my council colleague sitting right next to me, Councilmember McAllister, was on that committee. So if he'd like to say a word, he can. You know, I agree with you that a city should be more than a collection of houses, offices, and roads. You know, there have to be other reasons that we're here, whether it's parks. I see people, advocates of parks and recreation and all sorts of other things here, but also culture. So I did read that entire, you know, I read the Performing Arts Home Review. I'm excited about you being here and about some of the changes. Councilmember McAllister, if you want to say a few words about your work, you're welcome to do so.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had quite a bit to do with it, but I did it with a great team led by Teresa, who was our community executive director, and Carol Chapman and David. So that was one of the things for me to join that committee, was that we needed to change it, bring it up to date, add diversity to it, increase the attendance, and from all that, we'll increase the vitality of economic vitality for downtown Mountain View. And anybody, and they'll probably, who's heard me before, always say, go to the Bankhead at Livermore Theater and see what they have, the different variety of acts. we're sitting on a gem of a product out here, this community center, the Performing Arts Center, and I expect to see great things coming out of it, great acts, people coming downtown, enjoying all kinds of different diverse activities and performances that we haven't had before. And with this new arrangement we have, we're going to be opening up space time so that we can bring in the new acts, we can bring the vitality to downtown and really make it a place to be and a place to happen. So thank you for the council for taking care of this, and thank you for the committee, the Performing Arts Committee, for almost 2 years of work trying to getting to this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Hicks, I will remind my colleagues that a motion is in order. Thank you.
So I just also was inspired due to public comment to comment on 4.3. I actually agree that we need to take a second look and not do so much artificial ground cover. And I hope that's going to be part of our new Parks and Rec and Biodiversity plan. So stay tuned for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. We have a motion by Councilmember McAllister, seconded by Councilmember Ramirez. The Assistant City Clerk will take a roll call vote as we have council members participating remotely this evening.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes?
Vice Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
And Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Now we are on our next portion, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Oh, we actually have a number of speakers. Okay. We're going to drop this down to 2 minutes each. And we will start with our first speaker, Bruce Carney.
So, my name is Bruce Carney. I'm a 40-year resident of Mountain View. I have a dream that Mountain View will be a methane-free city by 2045. I hope you share that dream. And when you meet 2 weeks from now to set council priorities, I hope you will commit to achieving that dream. Getting rid of methane is an obvious and necessary step on the journey to become a carbon-neutral city. Ending the use of natural gas in the next 20 years will have many benefits, but in the interest of time, let me list just 3. Number 1, public health benefits. Whenever natural gas is burned, it creates air pollution, including nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, and particulate matter. These air pollutants can cause respiratory issues, especially in children and the elderly. The health effects can be particularly severe in buildings whose kitchens are not well ventilated, as is often the case in older apartment buildings here in Mountain View. Number 2, economic resilience. Replacing gas appliances with electric ones will create hundreds of new local jobs over the next 2 decades. Many of these will be middle-class jobs that don't require a college degree. Also, if Mountain View is an early adopter in the transition away from natural gas, it stands a good chance of becoming the headquarters city of one or more new electrification equipment companies. This expansion and diversification of our employment base will benefit all Mountain View residents and businesses. Our city and state are both committed to achieving carbon neutrality. As Half Moon Bay and Los Altos have already done, I hope that Mountain View will commit to ending the flow of piped natural gas by 2045. By taking decisive action this year, the Council can safeguard the well-being of its residents, protect the environment, and create a resilient economy for generations to come. The future will be electric. Mountain View can and should lead the way.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Next speaker is Albert Jeans. The speaker after Albert will be Cliff Chambers, so you feel free to make your way up.
Okay, I'm going to have to rush. Good evening, Mayor Kamei and council members. This evening, I'd like to talk to you about improving the appearance of a location which I and hundreds of others see almost daily, the Shoreline Boulevard overpass over Highway 101. Starting several years ago, the trees and bushes were moved in stages in anticipation of the construction of the reversible bus lane. And for the past few years, all that has remained is a blighted median strip with irrigation tubes and a few struggling star jasmine bushes. Ironically, I still see city workers weeding the area occasionally. I don't know what the official status of the reversible bus lane project is, but it should be clear by now that there's no need for it now or in the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. As some of you know, I've been opposed to the bus lane since I first heard about 7 years ago. At first, I thought it didn't make sense because few buses actually used Shoreline Boulevard at the time. Then I was told the bus lane was to meet the future needs of the North Bay Shore area. Next slide, please. With the existing gateways at near capacity, the reversible bus lane was seen as one of several ways to move more people into North Bay Shore when it became built out according to the precise plan. This would require the simultaneous expansion of bus and transit service to the transit center along with getting people to use transit instead of their cars. Next slide, please. Then COVID hit. People liked working from home, and even today, traffic in the North Bay Shore remains well below COVID levels, pre-COVID levels. Despite electrification, Caltrain's ridership remains low. In fact, the transit stations are really struggling. The economy is doing well, as evidenced by freeway congestion being as bad as it's ever been. But the paradigm for North Bay Shore has shifted. Office building vacancy rates remain high in the area. Google has spent, next slide please, Google has spent millions backing out of its Landings office project and pulled the plug on Middlefield Park. Why would Google build housing in North Bay Shore if it no longer needs more office space there? Google terminated its relationship with Lendlease, its development partner, and claimed that development would still move forward, but at what pace? Next slide, please. Under these conditions, I think the city should sell the reversible bus lane, save what's done, but don't spend more money on something with no utility. Spend more money instead to restore Shoreline Overpass to its former gateway status. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Mr. Chambers. Monica Williams is the next speaker after Mr. Chambers.
Hi, my name is Cliff Chambers, and I'm here representing as the president of the Mountain View Pickleball Club. First, I want to welcome the newly elected and re-elected city council members. The new members and re-elected members had a chance to come out and visit the pickleball scene, and I'm really happy to report that we've had incredible utilization of the courts, 6 shared courts out at Rinksdorf Park that Council Member Hicks and Ramirez really helped us to get when they got the CIP process underway and approval of the feasibility study for permanent courts. So the utilization, we did a 2-week survey in September, and we did counts every 2 hours for 14 days, and we found during that period of time that there were 1,900 pickleball players and 818 tennis players, and the pickleball courts are on just 2 of the tennis courts. So they're extremely well utilized, and by now, in 2025, we started the CIP process 3 years ago. We actually hope to be playing in a new pickleball facility this year, but that's not going to happen. You're going to have a recommendation coming before you from the Parks and Recreation Commission for 10 new dedicated courts at Cuesta Park, and it doesn't include an interim solution between now and that. Those courts are still going to be 3 or 4 years off. We really need an interim solution. We had our own proposal for turning the 6 shared courts at Rinksdorf Parks into increased hours and shared courts on 7 and 8. I know there's some potential noise problems with neighbors, but there's some noise mitigation that should be looked into.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. All right, next is Monica Williams.
Good evening, Mayor Kamai and council members. I'm Monica Williams, a Mountain View resident for almost 30 years. I'd like to welcome the new members to the City Council and give you a little history on pickleball and how it's a vibrant part of our Mountain View community. I was a tennis player for 60 years and know that many people cannot play tennis, but most people, no matter their age, can play pickleball. The sport has been extensively studied and found to offer numerous health benefits, including the cure for loneliness, which the Surgeon General has proclaimed to be a growing health epidemic. It has been exactly 10 years since my husband and I first met with the Recreation Department staff and offered to teach seniors how to play pickleball. When, on a cold November morning, 35 senior citizens were waiting to play on 2 makeshift courts, we knew how popular this sport was going to be and asked the city if we could use the tennis courts that were very often empty, still are. The request was denied, and we moved to Palo Alto, promising to return when Mountain View provided pickleball courts. Since then, most cities surrounding us have dedicated pickleball courts, and the Palo Alto Pickleball Club has over 1,500 members. 5 years ago, 2 pickleball courts here were painted and permanent nets were installed next to the tennis practice wall and the park walkway. Almost immediately, we had 30 to 40 players lining up to play. In 2022, we were all very excited when 6 shared courts were opened. But because of the popularity of pickleball, the crowds are now so large that people cannot find a court in which to play. One of the problems is the inconsistency of the hours. Most days, pickleball priority is from only 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and 2 evenings from 6 to 8 p.m. To serve the pickleball community, these hours need to be consistent, and the courts to have.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, next we have Alex Brown.
Hi, friends. Pickleball is a cult. Please do not give in to the extortion and don't expend public resources on this, especially when it comes to paving over green space. God damn, no, please don't. It's a cult. Look it up. They know. They're aware. Look at him. He knows.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
We have a virtual speaker, Pat Mead. Please unmute yourself when available.
All right. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I guess I would have more to say on this. I was going to speak up and urge the council to follow other cities like Half Moon Bay in trying to phase out all methane and natural gas by 2045. But I believe the first speaker really said it all more eloquently and completely than I could hope to. So I will try to keep it brief and say that as a Mountain View resident of 3 years, I often feel that it is wonderful to live here because there are so many ways in which the state of California and the city of Mountain View is already doing things that I want to see for all of America. Things like available public transit and performing arts programs, all that sort of stuff. But I, at the same time, find that there are certain places where I wish we could improve and where we can make a positive difference, not just to our own community, but to the world at large. And obviously, fighting the scourge of climate change is one of the best ways we can do that, perhaps the best way of all, perhaps the most important way of all. So I hope that in, I believe, 2 weeks, when the legislative priorities are determined for the year, that phasing out this harmful climate change causing gas will be made a major priority. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Thank you so much. That ends oral communications on public comment. We will now move on to our next item, study session 6.1, legislative program priorities for 2024. The purpose of this study session is to receive City Council input on the proposed legislative program priority issues to guide the city's regional, state, and federal legislative advocacy during the 2025 session. Intergovernment Relations Manager Christina Gilmore will present the item. Following Ms. Gilmore's presentation, we will receive a presentation from our legislative advocacy firm, California Public Policy Group, then take council questions. We will then receive a presentation from our federal legislative advocacy firm, MMO Partners, followed by council questions. After these presentations, we will hear from our regional legislative representatives. We are happy that they could join us this evening for this item. Ms. Gilmore, I will turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christina Gilmore, Assistant to the City Manager, overseeing intergovernmental relations. And as the Vice Mayor so succinctly put it, we are here this evening to have a study session item to receive council input on the proposed legislative program priorities for 2025. Joining me this evening is Dane Hutchings from CPPG, formerly Running Public Policy Group, RPPG, and as well as our new federal legislative advocates, John O'Donnell and Kyriakis Pagonis from MMO Partners. After the presentation, Dane, John, and I will be available to answer any questions that the council may have. As part of the fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 strategic action plan, the council reaffirmed their commitment to implementing an enhanced legislative program to maintain effective intergovernmental relations, partnerships, as well as increased advocacy at the state level. In November 2021, the city engaged the services of RPPG, now called CPPG, California Public Policy Group, as our state legislative advocate. And in the years 2022, 23, and 24, the council has adopted a regional and state and legislative platform. Last summer, the city engaged the services of MMO Partners as our new federal legislative advocate, and they will be here this evening to help me present our new federal legislative platform. The purpose of adopting a legislative platform is that the platform will serve as a guiding document for the city to promote and preserve its interests at the regional, state, and federal levels. It provides ongoing direction for city staff and the legislative consultants to engage on a variety of issues. And also allows the staff and legislative consultant to quickly triage and assess legislative matters upon the introduction of hundreds of measures in advance of the legislative process. And finally, it provides focus and supports proactive council member engagement to help advance the city's priorities. So for 2024, we had a robust year. We formally engaged on 4 pieces of state legislation over 4 regional issue areas that included transportation, water, governmental operations, and childcare. Of the 4 pieces of state legislation that we engaged on, we had the desired outcome on 2 of those measures. One of the other goals of the legislative advocacy program. Oh, I'm not screen sharing.
There we go.
I apologize for that. I just got into my spiel and I didn't realize I was not screen sharing. So now we're all back up. So summary of our 2024 legislative advocacy. So as I was mentioning before, we engaged on 4 regional issues and had the desired outcome on 4 pieces of state legislation. And one of our other priorities of our legislative platform is to apply for and preserve grant funding opportunities and awards at the state and federal level that can support our city's strategic priorities. And so one of the things that we were able to successfully advocate for was the protection of $20 million of TIRSEP state Cycle 6 state funding, which was designated by the state to go to our Ringstorff grade separation project. In the spring, the city was faced with the possible elimination of this crucial funding, and the city staff, working closely with CPPG, embarked on a multifaceted advocacy campaign during the 23-24 legislative session to preserve this funding. The potential loss of this funding for this project in the state budget really jeopardized the matching funds that the city had pulled together from the California Public Utilities Commission, federal sources, and hundreds of millions of local investments while escalating the costs for the project. So together with CPPG, as well as working very closely with Senator Josh Becker, who championed the project, the city was able to form a coalition of local stakeholders from neighboring communities to advocate for the preservation of these funds. Simultaneously, we were able to develop bill language to be included in the final transportation budget trailer bill that was compliant with the Department of Transportation's federal matching requirements. So these advocacy efforts culminated in a transportation trailer bill, Assembly Bill 173, that includes language that requires the administration to identify $20 million to allocate to the city of Mountain View in this upcoming fiscal year 25-26 to enable the project to proceed and unlocking vital regional and federal matching funds. In addition to the preservation of the $20 million in TIRSIP funds, the city was successful in applying for and receiving federal funding earmarks. We are currently hoping to receive $3 million for one of our affordable housing projects. That was a project that was selected by former Congresswoman Anna Eshoo. And then, of course, we have a very robust state and federal intergovernmental affairs program. We have supported the city and the city council in a variety of intergovernmental areas that meet our interests, and working to support our council as well as in participation in quarterly meetings with neighboring partners and other agencies. The 2025 Regional State and Legislative Platform you have before you this evening is based on the adopted 2024 platform. We receive feedback from each city department on the platform. It does carry forward the 11 policy issue areas that were adopted in 24 as well as in prior years. It modifies 4, adds 3, and deletes 1 policy statement across 6 issue areas. And it lists a total of 134 policy statements. For the development of the 2025 federal legislative platform, staff and MMO conducted 9 deep dive meetings with city council members and city departments. The purpose of those deep dive meetings was to identify policy priorities, issues, initiatives, or projects that would inform the development of the federal legislative platform. The platform consists of 4 issue areas and 49 policy statements with the critical themes of expanding affordable and workforce housing, enhancing community and economic development, developing travel, mobility, and community infrastructure, and bolstering Mountain View's resiliency, sustainability, and safety. So staff seeks City Council input on the following question. Are there any policy issues, priorities, or policy statements that the Council would like to discuss, seek further clarification on, modify, add, or remove from the regional, state, or federal 2025 legislative platforms? This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we do questions now, or do we go to the next people? Yeah. Oh. Ms. Gilmore, do we ask questions of staff now, or do we bring up the first?
I'll defer to you, Vice Mayor. You can ask questions of staff now, or if you would like to hear from California Public Policy Group, they are ready to provide their presentation.
Okay. Can we have the California Public Policy Group, Mr. Dane?
All right. Good evening. Dane Hutchings with the California Public Policy Group. Thanks for allowing me to jump in on our overview here. So actually, we can skip to 2024 highlights if you want to jump to that. So as Christina mentioned, or Ms. Gilmore mentioned, just a couple of things I wanted to add on to this. We actually tracked 1,860 pieces of legislation for the city. There were several measures that the city did not engage on, but we provided analyses, scanned for applicability, and judged it against the platform that we had adopted to ensure that we were providing counsel throughout. 380 combined touch points, so these are every memo we provide, analysis that we provide when we're meeting with your legislative delegation, meeting with your staff. We sort of all combine that. We track those throughout the year. And then with respect to funding, we were successful on securing a sustainable transportation planning grant, and then worked with your team in helping secure the earmark for the Evelyn Affordable Housing Project. And then as Ms. Gilmore mentioned, we did work it was very challenging. I do want to thank Senator Becker and Assemblymember Berman for working with us and protecting that money, because given the budget deficit of last year, that was the first thing on the chopping block, was the $20 million earmark that had been awarded to the city. And so we have got confirmation from the California State Transportation Agency that the money is in the budget this year, and that the city should be receiving sort of a reissuance of an award letter this year for that award amount. And so happy and proud of the work that we were able to accomplish there. Moving on, just from a state timing perspective, so we have now started a new 2-year session. We have 37 new members in total to the legislature. Some folks have moved to the Assembly up to the Senate. Others are brand new Assembly members. Your delegation has not changed, but we are embarking on, just a few days left for bills to be introduced. Thus far, we have 951 measures that have been introduced, and we are currently tracking 464 of those from Mountain View to assess for potential impacts. Now, most of these bills right now are still what we refer to as spot form or intent language, meaning there's not a lot of substance. Over the next couple of months, as you see, February 21st is the last day for bills to be introduced. We're going to start seeing policy committees really start ramping up, and more substantive language is going to be dropped into these bills as we move forward. Going to the governor's budget, and so governor's budget proposal, about a $363 million surplus. Now, I want you to note that his proposal was prior to the fires in Southern California. And so could be some flexibility here. We're seeing an increase in spending over 24-25. There is a special session that's happening right now. Part of that special session was pushing through some expedited funding for wildfire relief down in Southern California, about $2.5 billion. Also, with respect to the budget, the tax receipts are being withheld until October. And so again, even the May revise is going to have some challenges with respect to forecasting about revenues coming into the state. And so, that of course, we are still working with your delegation on providing projects for potential direct state spending, district spending on a variety of different projects that align with the city's adopted goals. And then, one thing I did want to point out that, in the budget, there was no new dollars allocated for affordable housing. I think this is important because it's one of the core messages that we've been seeing from the state, saying we want more accountability. We want more folks to make sure that they're doing their fair share, but we're really looking to the state, particularly for pro-housing jurisdictions like Mountain View, to be able to compete for these funds and get more funds to help close the gaps on these projects. Unfortunately, still no new commitments from the administration in their budget proposal. We are working with budget subcommittees to see if we can't get dollars into the budget to help close those gaps. And then finally, moving on to kind of what we're, sort of the crystal ball that we've seen so far. So a couple of just areas that I know that are important to the city. In housing and land use, we're seeing more bills in and around local accountability, looking at ways to further defer fees that local agencies can collect on the development side. There was also a big push last year with respect to warehousing. Now, I know that isn't necessarily an issue for Mountain View. However, because of the way the policy was crafted, it does require the city to complete its entire circulation element in a very sped up process by 2026, or face potential fines of $50,000 a month by the Attorney General. And so so while there is the direct applicability of the warehouse bill, AB 98, doesn't have an impact on the city primarily. The circulation element requirements are there, and that's one of the issues that we want to make sure that we're going to be working with your delegation and other stakeholders to try and provide some relief on that extra burden that really doesn't apply to the city. On natural resources, we're looking at the climate bond or Prop 4 disbursements, and so right now they're going through the budget subcommittee process where the language is being allocated or the bond language was approved by the voters. Now the details are coming out in the budget. So how are we going to work to identify projects that could align with the city? How are we going to be able to try and get these pots of money in areas where the city can be competitive and competing for some of these projects? We're going to be working on that this year as well. On the transportation side, autonomous vehicles is continuing to be a policy that is being pushed statewide. There's sort of this give and take with respect to locals' ability to regulate autonomous vehicles within their communities, and so we're going to see a lot of that moving forward. There is a measure that it's a spot bill right now, but it's a measure that's introduced by Senator Wiener with respect to the toll bridges and raising revenues to fund Bay Area projects. That was a hotly contested gut amendment last year. It's been reintroduced as a spot bill, and so we'll see exactly what the details are, and that will certainly provide council and staff with an update on that. And of course, CEQA exemptions for transit projects, also some housing projects across the state, particularly in Southern California, waiving CEQA to increase development and recovery. And then lastly, on the governmental operations front, we're seeing measures that restrict local agencies' ability to contract out for professional services. There are now 2 bills that would help modernize the Brown Act to allow for more virtual participation for those non-decision-making bodies to promote more civic participation, and then there's a host of bills in and around AI and AI regulation. And so with that concludes just the legislative snapshot moving into this year. Happy to answer any questions on this or to the platform. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember McAllister.
Dane, good to see you again.
Likewise.
Just before I forget, make sure you pick up Mountain View swag out the door when you leave. So I
need a water cup. Just give me,
Yeah, we'll get that for you.
Thank you.
My question is for you about the HCD and the housing element and how restrictive it is for cities. It's sort of taking our local control away from us. There's no really room for discussion on it or accountability on their part or appeal process. So is there any legislation or lobbying on your behalf to say, let's try to make this more fair, to reduce the cost to the cities, to help get this thing expedited? Anything along that lines?
So there have been a handful of bills. I was made privy today by one legislative office that's looking to try and provide more transparency in and around the HCD and how they're cooperating with local agencies. With respect to the appeals process, I know that there's codified law through the COGS and how you can appeal potentially appeal your numbers, your allocations. But I will say, the city has done a tremendous job on this issue. You really are a leader in the state with what you're doing. And that's really what I think the focus has been, the direction we've been given is to try and promote your story and say, hey, we're doing really good things in our city, and trying to find ways to distinguish what I want to call the really good actors around the state versus others who may not be sort of meeting the moment, if you will. But we have not sponsored a bill or anything like that that's going to kind of go what you're looking for, but that's sort of the lay of the land on the housing element front.
Okay, and another question, that you had a couple of other items where that said local accountability. Is that another way of saying state, we're not going to fund it, so it's unfunded mandates to the cities?
Yeah, so most of what we're seeing from a policy perspective, really the big focus that we've seen from the state legislature is to provide or to create new restrictions or compliance measures for local agencies through the planning process. Local governments don't build housing. We can plan for it and try to promote as much building as possible. There's also a funding component, which really, with the cost of land here, it's very difficult to close the funding gap on building housing. So one of the things that we're seeing is we have seen, I believe, it's about 167 housing laws that have been passed in the last 2 years.
How many?
167, and a lot of those bills really do take more of a punitive approach for local agencies and puts a lot of onus on your planning staff, where you have to go out for outside consultants and things like that. So, and those aren't reimbursable mandates. They're unfunded mandates that are coming down. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. We have a question from Councilmember Hicks.
Do you have any updates on autonomous vehicles and the ability of localities to regulate them in any way? If there's no update, then fine, but if there is one.
So just spot bill language that we've seen. There was a Senator Cortese bill last year that would have allowed local agencies to independently restrict the use of autonomous vehicles. That bill did not advance. There are bills that are being introduced to allow for local streets and roads, for a pilot program, for sort of large vehicles to have a manned occupant in those autonomous vehicle trips for drayage or larger trucks. But most of it's just intent language right now, but we haven't seen in my review, I haven't seen a reintroduction of the local autonomous vehicle regulations. I think there was some mixed, some folks want statewide autonomy. Some folks want it to be jurisdiction by jurisdiction. We have not seen a reintroduction of that thus far.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. We have a question from Councilmember Showalter on Zoom.
Hi, Dane. It's so nice to see you.
Likewise.
Listen, I want to hear if there's what's going on with respect to changing the building code a couple of ways. One way is I know there's lots of research that's been done on building materials that are more fire resistant. So I'm wondering if you have an update for us, or if you know about bills of more fire resistant construction that may be coming down either in bills or the building code.
That's a good one. Let me think. Okay, so I can't think of anything off the top of my head with respect to a specific piece of legislation right now. I can tell you that the governor recently signed an executive order that requires CAL FIRE and the fire chiefs to to implement what they're referring to as Zone 0. And Zone 0 would be for those high fire zone areas to institute at least 5 feet of space with no fuels in between these, which includes fencing. And so it would require perhaps, metal fencing or metal doors between these homes that are built a little bit more densely. There's a lot of existing law out there that has not yet been implemented. That executive order really gears those agencies to promulgate those regulations and move forward. But I'll certainly keep an eye out with respect to specific building codes. I can tell you that we have seen bills in the past that will waive certain or grandfather in certain building codes so long as it doesn't pose a direct threat to life or property. But for example, if you're in a high fire zone, then you could, I think the building code official could make the argument that a grandfathered ADU, for example, if it doesn't have the proper upgrades, could be a threat to life and property. So we're still sort of culminating through all these bills, doing the triage here, and I'll certainly keep an eye out for something like that and report back.
Well, I would particularly be interested in the state putting money into research for hardening, for building methodologies that harden against wildfires. I think that, we've all been just shocked by the LA fires, but but realize that the distribution of fire danger is much more widespread, than we thought it would. And we really need to, I think research is something that I'd like to see the state support. And then the other one along those lines is, I know we're expecting to do another building code, this building code cycle this summer. And we're interested in reach codes, our reach codes. And so I wondered if you had any update relative to that, or that's something to be to be reported on.
Yeah, we've seen reach code measures introduced almost every year. I have not seen anything on reach codes right now. I will say that there is a contingent of lawmakers that introduce bills that try and essentially eliminate reach codes. We've been successful in stopping those in the past. So I anticipate that we're going to see, something that aligns with, for example, there was a member of the public talking about, gas burners or, natural gas. We've seen reach codes that, or try to, measures that go to eliminate the ability for a jurisdiction to obtain reach codes and things like that. And so we'll certainly, keep an eye on that and report back as well. But nothing so far that I've identified on reach codes.
Well, we are definitely on the side of, we are pro reach codes. Yeah. So we want to be as up to date as possible about things related to them. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Dane from the council? All right, Ms. Gilmore, please introduce our next person.
We will have MMO partners join us at the podium. John O'Donnell.
Yeah. I think I might have a little fever.
Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the city in Washington, D.C. I'm going to give you just a little bit of background. I know we've had the opportunity to meet with some of the council members and the mayor previously, but just to give you a background about the firm, MMO Partners has been in business in Washington for 40 years. We still continue to represent our 4 original city clients in the West. And most of the work that we have done with local governments, flood control agencies, we represent a port in California. Our clients are in primarily the West to the Southwest. I think the background of the firm is that originally the MMO, the M to the M's were Montgomery and Murray. So we've had a lot of experience before we became lobbyists in Washington, working in state government, local government in the Midwest, in New England, and in Oklahoma. So we brought to the practice when we first started a lot of basic understanding working with local governments and special jurisdictions. One of the things that we take a great deal of pride in is the return on investment that we've been able to give clients that have hired us. And it's one of the reasons why I think we've been successful retaining our original clients for over 40 years, and the work that we're currently doing for cities, local governments, special jurisdictions. Next slide, please. I think in listening to Dane's report, we're not able to tell you all the things that we've been able to do this year in Washington for the city, because what we have been basically doing is formulating the program for the city in Washington, D.C., and doing things like preparing a letter recently that needs to go to your new congressman to protect the earmark that Congresswoman Eshoo got in the appropriations bill for FY25. We also, as part of our practice, we have 2 consultants that are civil engineers, and one of them has 37 years of working for the Federal Highway Administration, and one worked for 18 years for 5 different secretaries of transportation. So we have this capacity to help with transportation grants, and we've done some work talking to the city staff about that capability and our ability to help with grant preparation. We don't write grants, but we provide the technical assistance to help with some of those grants. And one of our consultants is a person who was Congressman Barney Frank's staff director on the House Financial Services Committee, which handles all the housing legislation. And Mr. Olson was the staff director there. So we retain him on an arrangement for him to work with us on dealing with different housing issues that cities face. So one of the things that we have done so far this year is, as Christine Gilmore mentioned, is work on the development of the federal program for 2025 and begun to think about the priorities as she outlined them in those 4 areas where we will be working with city staff on grants or earmarks or opportunities to influence legislation. And we have also had, I believe, Senator Padilla's staff here and working to get Senator Schiff's staff to come to the city, because one of the things that has happened with the earmarking process, and it's also true for grants, is that there's more focus now on congressional offices because of what you ask for in an earmark or a grant that you may ask for a letter of support for. We realize that the local staff play a very important role in finding out exactly what it is that the local government wants to do with a grant or an earmark. So we try to give that education and connection to the congressional staff at the state or district level, because they play a role in talking with the Washington staff about how these programs are going to operate, which helps substantiate the importance of those grants or earmarks to the city. Next slide, please. So, as many of you are aware, we have a lot going on in Washington at the moment. The major things that are happening that are the backstory to what will happen with appropriations and funding this year, FY25, FY26, is there are 3 major things going on. One is wrapping up the FY25 appropriations. The real issue there, and this has been the issue since last summer, is there's no agreement between the Senate and the House on what the top line spending is for FY25. So right now, what you have is a struggle to come to an agreement by March 14th, which is the day that the continuing resolution expires. We expect that they will reach an agreement. One of our colleagues who used to do appropriations work on the House and the Senate said that the staffs up there are working very hard to try and come up with a compromise that both the House and the Senate can agree to. If they don't reach an agreement by March 14th, then they'll have to either get another continuing resolution for a short period of time, which helps them get to a final agreement. That usually is the process. If they don't, we'll have a continuing resolution for the rest of FY25, which ends September 30th. If that happens, there will be no earmarks, because a continuing resolution simply says you can fund programs at the level they were funded at the previous fiscal year, but no new program funding. That's why the earmarks would be eliminated. The second measure that you hear a lot about right now is the struggle over reconciliation. And the reason there's a struggle over reconciliation is because the new administration wants to spend more money on defense, on border security, on energy, and have a tax package. The only way you can get to that, to more spending for them or for a tax package, is for the authorizing committees to come to an agreement on, we will reduce spending in some program areas or we will increase it, like in energy, defense, border security. And the authorizing committees have to come up with new numbers for FY26. The other thing that document does is it sets a top line spending number, and they have to agree to this. And you can see where the dynamic is here. It can be for 2 years, it can be for 5 years, it can be for 10 years. Usually it's in the 2 to 5 range, just because 10 years is way out. They have no idea. I mean, really, they make projections, but the 2 and the 5 year. So that's what we're looking at right now. And then within this little drama of reconciliation, you have the Senate saying that what we want to do is do a 2-step process. We'll do these revenue raising or revenue reductions in a reconciliation package, then we'll do taxes. The House, which has a very slim margin of Republican control, is basically in the position of saying, what we want to do is take care of we want to do it all as one package, because if we break it up, we may lose votes. They don't want to lose votes. So that's a struggle. There's a budget resolution that both the House and the Senate have to agree to. That could happen this week for both of those chambers, that they reach that agreement. We'll see how that plays out. And the backdrop to that story is that the speakership in the House, if this speaker can't get his House caucus together, we may be dealing with a new House Speaker. So there are a lot of dynamics in play. All of that leads us to where we would be for FY26 appropriations. And FY26 is beginning to get underway. The chairman of the House Appropriations Committee has just issued directions to his subcommittee chairs that by the end of April, he wants to mark up all the FY26 bills. So a lot of parts moving. I would say the backstory here, which you're all aware of and probably would like to know the answer to, we all would, is how does this affect local government? How does these decisions that are being made, especially by the administration issuing executive orders? I would only say, and we can talk about this more, but I would only say, following the direction that somebody from OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, gave us a few years ago, was when there was a change from the Obama administration to the Trump administration, the advice on a particular project was, what you need to pay attention to is what are the priorities of the administration. What are they saying are the things they are going to do or looking to do? You try to align your programs with those national objectives, and you'll see that in the criteria that comes out with grant applications. They'll list exactly what they're looking for. With this one, I think it's jobs, economic development. That's what you're going to see. There may be more, but I think that's what they did before. So next slide, please. I'm going to ask Kyriakis to talk about these points.
Thanks, John. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, nice to meet you and see you again in person, some of you. John covered, I think, most of the next slides already, but just to give you a quick synopsis of what the 119th Congress looks like. There are 217 current Republican seats being held, 3 are vacancies, and so those will be filled, I think, by the end of April. So right now there's a two vote majority. Representative Liccardo was appointed to the Financial Services Committee, which oversees banking, housing, insurance policies. And I think in terms of priorities for the city, and a number of you have brought up housing as a priority, a major priority for the city. I think he's positioned well to have influence on policy and affecting affordable housing and homeless policies. On the United States Senate, 53-47 majority for Republicans. Senator Padilla and Senator Schiff are both on the Environment and Public Works Committee and also the Judiciary Committee. Environment and Public Works Committee has oversight over highway programs, water policy, Judiciary has oversight, obviously, of the courts, immigration policy, and other issues, I think, around public safety that are important to Mountain View. I think really what the slides tell you is that everything is close. And while Republicans retain control in both houses and in the White House, they are going to need Democrats to support them on some major policy, especially around spending. And so while Democrats and your members are in the minority, they do and will have a say. And I think that's really where the city's platform will inform them on how they should respond to priorities for the city. Next slide. John mentioned this earlier. Representative Eshoo secured $3 million for the City of Mountain View Linda Vista housing project. It's included in the Transportation HUD appropriations bill on the House side. That is still pending, and if Congress does do a final FY25 package with earmarks, we are working with your delegation to make sure that that's included in the final spending bill. If they do, as John mentioned, year-long CR, then those earmarks are at risk. Other programs that are currently in play, CDBG program currently funded in both the House and Senate bills is at $3.3 billion, which is the same level as FY24. What that means for Mountain View is about $605,000 if we round it up. Again, that number, because it is in the House and Senate bill, is a strong number. As John mentioned, they are trying to reconcile a $90 billion gap, so there could be some downward pressure on some of these programs. We're certainly talking to the delegation about the importance of all these programs. Home program, as you can see, there is a pretty big delta between the House and Senate numbers, $500 million in the House, $1.43 billion in the Senate. The Senate number reflects the number in FY24, which provided about $238,000 for the city of Mountain View. Again, that number for home is a little bit precarious because of the House, $500 million level. So that is something we're watching closely and certainly talking to the delegation about. Homeless assistance funding at $4.1 billion in the House. Versus $4.3 billion in the Senate. That is the money primarily that goes through the continuum of care process as a formula process that trickles down through those agencies. Yes, in my backyard, also pro-housing. You can see the House has zeroed it out. There's $100 million in the Senate bill. I would not be surprised if that number does get cut in the final package just because of the delta between the House and Senate numbers. FTA formula funding, both the House and Senate have the same formula numbers for FTA programs. DOJ, the JAG program is a formula program. Again, city does get some money from JAG, and you can see the delta there in terms of the House and Senate numbers. Next slide, please. The administration, so as most of you all know, we have a change in the White House. 13 cabinet positions have already been confirmed. Some of those include the Transportation Secretary, the HUD Secretary, EPA, DOJ, and a few others. The FY26 budget release is expected in April. It's typically released the first week in February, although both the Biden administration and the previous Trump administration were delayed, and so we expect a delay this year as well. President Trump has already issued over 50 executive orders, a number of which we've shared with the city that do potentially have some impact. Agency actions, DOJ has issued a memo on prohibiting federal grants to sanctuary cities. DOT has also issued memos to rescind state plans for the National Electric Vehicle Program, and also released new criteria that the agency will judge federal grants. And so we're certainly looking at those and we'll communicate impacts to the city and have done so. lawsuits. I think that's really where a lot of this will end up, is in court, as we've already seen. The administration's memo to freeze funding has already ended up in court, and we'll continue to see lawsuits, I think, for the next 4 years. Next slide, please. The 119th congressional agenda, I think John wrapped it up. We have FY25 budget, the FY26 budget, reconciliation, which is currently underway, the IIJA reauthorization, which is the infrastructure bill reauthorization, which expires in 2026. Congress has already taken steps to begin looking at the reauthorization of transportation programs. And again, this is certainly an area where the city's delegation, especially on the Senate side, is positioned well to, I think, take in ideas, talk about which programs are important to Mountain View, like the Chrissy program, and the railroad program. So those are areas where I think we will have some say in terms of how to shape federal policy, alongside working with some of your regional partners like VTA. WRDA is the Water Resources Development Act. That's the bill that funds the Corps of Engineers, and they just did one in 2024, but it's a 2-year cycle. So we expect Congress to look at that process sometime at the end of this year, starting for the next cycle. Next slide. So this just gives you a timeline of sort of our plan for implementing your federal platform, should you adopt it later this month. So right now in January, and I feel like we are on track according to this schedule. And so we're doing this tonight. You all should be voting on the final federal platform sometime this month. We are in the process of scheduling meetings for the city when you all come back to Washington in March for the National League of Cities Conference. We've already had engagement with both Senate offices and Representative Liccardo's team in DC, and also I know Christina has done a great job of keeping his team informed here. And so that engagement will happen throughout the year. We're also tracking congressional hearings, which will start for the FY26 budget sometime in March, as John mentioned. The chairman of the House Appropriations Committee has issued a late April deadline for marking up the House bills. We'll see if that holds, but that's the current plan. And as far as earmarks go, or community project funding, we expect the committee to issue deadlines sometime in March, and we're working with city staff and city management to develop a next wave of project requests and going through the forms to submit those. And then later this year, July, August, the committee should release those bills, and we should know whether or not we've had some success securing funding through those processes. Again, grants are ongoing throughout the year. We're working with the city to identify potential grant opportunities. As John mentioned, we're going to have to look at the new criteria that this administration will lay out in their grant processes, and the city will have to determine whether or not it's something that you all want to pursue, given those new metrics, some of which we've already seen. And I think this administration is going to be looking for, as John said, economic development. What have local governments done to sort of reduce barriers around housing? And I think the city has certainly demonstrated that you all have done some good work in terms of trying to make affordable housing development ongoing throughout the city. And so I think there will be opportunities there, and I think we just need to get in front of people and tell the story. Next slide. Questions?
If possible, do you mind if we hold questions? We do have Senator Becker on the line now, and so we're going to try to get our elected officials who've been waiting for a short while. Supervisor Abikoga has been here for at least an hour now. So I will have Senator Becker So we will now hear from updates from District 3 State Senator Josh Becker, District 5 Santa Clara County Supervisor Margaret Abekoga, and on behalf of District 23 State Assembly Member Mark Berman, Field Representative Elise Lester. So we're going to start via Zoom with comments from Senator Becker. If you can promote him. Hi, Senator.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, how are you?
We're great.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I know you're running behind a little bit, so I could just go ahead with my update. And yeah. Well, first, I'm going to say the bill introduction deadline is still a couple weeks away, so there's a lot left still to come. But thank you for inviting me here tonight to discuss legislative priorities for this session for District 13. First, as you know, the budget that was proposed is a deficit-free budget. We're actually $7 billion over tax collection projections. A lot of that was for companies in our area, executives at companies in our area that paid more taxes than expected with advances in the market. So we're appreciative to those people. And that's going to allow us to remain prudent while still funding core programs that address a lot of the critical issues that we all care about. Now, that being said, as your previous speaker, I know, was talking about, a lot is subject to change now with the new administration, and a lot remains to be seen how a lot of these changes, like trying to do transportation funding based on birth rates of states, to see how some of the things are ultimately going to play out and affect California. So there's a number of things that we're doing, obviously, to try to protect ourselves. We allocate $25 million for a additional fund for our Attorney General. During the last Trump administration, the Attorney General, they were allocated, I think it's been about $50 million extra in terms of funding to file lawsuits and recoup billions of dollars for our state. And that's why we went ahead and allocated money to our Attorney General. We know there are going to be lawsuits, and we're hoping that California, as a significant donor state to the federal government, that we get what is supposed to be coming to us in terms of federal funds in many, many areas. I will be co-hosting a symposium with Stanford Law School on emerging legal issues, and the Attorney General will be speaking at that. But I can assure you that our legislature is trying the best that we can to preserve California values and priorities in the face of whatever is to come at us from Washington, D.C. In particular, I'm really excited to be chair of the Energy and Utilities Committee now, and so that will give me a great seat to which to keep advancing our energy goals that are now important to many of you, and to reducing carbon and doing so in a way that will be replicable and scalable by other states and other countries, bringing down the costs of new technologies like we have with, say, with solar energy, increasing battery storage. We have dramatically, and work on all those issues, including wildfire as well. Wildfire, I know there's about, there's a similar portion of Mountain View that is at exposure to wildfires, and certainly a significant portion of District 13. I'll have a couple of bills this year, one that will be part of our Senate wildfire Golden State Commitment package. We worked with Stanford and Michael Wara at Stanford on that bill, and that will make sure that we do the strategic planning that we need. And we'll have another bill that'll be part of a larger bill that I do on utility rate reform, which I know is of critical just critical sensitivity and feel strong feelings for so many of our constituents as utility rates continue to go up and up. So we'll be working on a bill to rein in those increasing costs. And part of that will be looking at wildfire. A lot of the costs have gone up because of all the wildfire spending. And we obviously have to spend some of that money, but we got to make sure we're doing it for the biggest bang for the buck. And I'll be excited to work on that. Housing, I know, has been an important priority for you. Mountain View was proud to get money for affordable housing. I know you're still working on dramatically on affordable housing. And I also chair the Bay Area Caucus. So we're trying to make sure that we understand a lot of the streamlining has worked, but how can we get additional funding for affordable housing? And working on a bill that will address transit impact fees for housing developments that I'm happy to discuss with all of you. I won't go through, obviously, my full package. One important bill last year, we passed a bill called Physicians Make Decisions that really garnered some national news around making sure that health plans are not using AI to deny care, for denials of care. And that was one big piece. That bill got passed on by the governor, just recently came into effect. But the other big piece is prior authorization. We're the only industrialized country that has the system where of prior authorization, even among doctors that have incredible track records. And amazingly, 19% of doctors say that they've reported instances where these prior authorizations have led to adverse consequences, including hospitalization, and 7% say they've seen it lead to very serious injury, even death, through this prior authorization system. So this is a national issue, and we think we've got a bill with the medical association to fix that. Other bills around accessible healthcare, and there's some really district bills around some transportation and some other issues that we're happy to discuss as we go along. So we'll have a full legislative package, probably 20 bills this year. Look forward to discussing them all with you and hearing that more about your needs and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Becker. Do we have any questions from our colleagues? Oh, yes. For the Senator, we have a question from Councilmember McAllister for you.
Senator, good evening. I just wanted to thank you. When I first became a council member, the senator was wise enough to invite all the new council members to his office for a meet and greet and gave us his update, and so that was much appreciated. I have a question for you concerning the housing element. One item that was brought up many times at that meet and greet was there was no transparency, there was no appeal, there was very restrictive on local control. And I was wondering if you've, since that meeting, had any thought about how to try to legislate a more balanced approach to the housing element to still get what you want, but not put it so daunting on cities, sort of like an unfunded mandate for the cost of the housing, where it does change the character of the cities in some regards concerning parks and open space. And I was just wondering if you had opportunity to hear that, and is there something coming down the legislature that might make it a little more appetizing?
Yeah. Well, I am very concerned about RHNA requirements potentially setting cities up to fail, right? The numbers that cities are achieving, including Mountain View, which has done a lot of good work on this issue, but the numbers, especially at the low and very low requirements of thousands and thousands of units, if there's no funding for that, right? So that's why I mentioned sort of the funding piece. I think the state has to step up and provide funding if cities are going to have any chance of meeting that. In terms of the broader issue, I do have a placeholder. I did a couple of years ago do a RHNA reform bill that got killed, but did not make it out of Housing Committee. We're looking at something and talking to a number of cities, both on the process itself, because we have a number of cities who were concerned about the process, as well as other things that we think should count. Like, for example, I know Mountain View is looking at doing a community land trust, that preservation of what is now affordable doesn't count. Tarina, for example, is my understanding. So we're looking at some of those pieces, and I do have a slot for Bill on that topic. So open to ideas. We have folks working on it. Happy to connect you with my team.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. It looks like we have a question from Councilmember Showalter.
Hi, Senator Becker. First of all, I want to thank you so much for your leadership, particularly in the environmental and sustainability realm. We're just really so inspired by the things that you've been able to accomplish. And I just want to urge you to continue, particularly promoting funding for sea level rise protection and other sustainability issues in California. I mean, we very much are going to have to take the lead now, particularly in the next 4 years. It's, it's kind of on the states, some states like ourselves who, are strong leaders, and the cities to follow through with their sustainability goals for the good of our own people and the good of the planet. So I just, I want to mention that. And then the other thing was, we always talk about is housing. How can we make housing go more smoothly? And one of the things we've had trouble with in Mountain View is getting people to build condominiums. Yes. And that it has, that's really sort of the entry level point for home ownership, which, as we know, is kind of the entry level point for household wealth. So I am hoping that you are going to be working on a bill to reduce the construction liability period for condominiums. I'm not sure what it should be, but currently it's 10 years. And that is always brought up when I talk to developers about why they won't do condos. It's because there's this 10-year liability period when anybody can sue about anything. And apparently there's some firms that specialize in going around and near the 10 years they file a suit. So assistance with that would be greatly appreciated.
I appreciate it. So on the first front, thank you for your leadership and Mountain View's leadership. And as you said, it's going to be incumbent upon us in California and me and my committee to make sure that we continue to be really the driving force against to slow climate change and save our planet. Honestly, I mean, we have to do it. So I appreciate that. Fortunately, the voters did agree with us. I was a co-sponsor of our climate bond, and that had a lot of money in there for resilience and adaptation. It was, and now it's incumbent on us to make sure that in the allocation of that money, that the Bay Area gets its share for our conservancies and to do all the work. I think we're very fortunate to have a lot of forward-thinking leaders on the peninsula who are integrating climate resiliency into your plan, into your growth plans, and all of that. And so we need to make sure the conservancies are now get funded for the hundreds of millions of dollars and ultimately billions and billions of dollars that need to of work that have to happen to prepare our communities for the sea level rise that we already know is going to happen, right? Even in the best case scenarios. So fortunate that bond passed. That was a $10 billion bond, and I want to make sure now to fight as chair of the Bay Area Caucus and as your representative to make sure that we get our fair share.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. We have a question from Councilmember Hicks.
So I want to chime in and thank you as well for all your work on climate policy and housing policy. And I have one question on each.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I forgot to answer your condo question. I'll get to that after.
No, answer on the condo question. Did you have an answer?
Well, I'll just say that it is a big issue. And last year we had a couple bills. Senator Glazer had a couple bills, and one was on specifically on construction liability. I don't know if it was this liability period, and I voted for it in Business and Professions, but it didn't pass. And these kind of gets caught up in all these sort of different fights. So I'm not going to do one this year because it's not on my it's just not in my package this year, but I will commit to working with you. I'd love to find something we can do. And if it's specifically on this, I'll run it. I promise you I'll run it next year because I do think it's a really important topic. So Nicole from my team, my district director, Nicole Fernandez, is on here and happy to follow up with you on that. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, thank you for that answer. I was interested in that answer as well. So I want to again thank you for your work on climate change, housing, and a number of other things. Regarding housing, one of the things I'm thinking about is the next housing element, and spreading around addressing homelessness among all the different jurisdictions. I think there's a lot that different jurisdictions can do, and that is not specifically required in the housing element, and I would like to see that a little more specific, whether it's permanently affordable, whether it's rapid rehousing, permanently supportive housing, but also some of the kinds of transitional housing that we do that we don't get credit for, or there's also a rapidly growing need for senior housing, which may not be full units for each person, but could be very beneficial. And I think that some of these things, or transitional housing that serves women experiencing violence in the home. I think there are a number of kinds of housing that some of our jurisdictions that are more reluctant to serve homeless individuals. They might be if it were required of them, less reluctant to serve some of those populations than others. So that's a tweak that I would be interested in seeing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I hear you. I've been kind of the leader in the Senate, I'd say in the legislature, on interim supportive housing. We have passed the Interim Supporting Housing Act last year. So I know in terms of reducing unsheltered homelessness, which is really a California problem, we are the state that has the most, and by far the highest percentage of unsheltered homeless population. Getting these intermediates, these modular units that we can scale quickly, is an important part of the solution. And we're looking on a follow-up legislation on that. And I think we're fortunate to have mayors now in San Jose and San Francisco who really both publicly embrace that model and are committed to the model. And I think we're going to see some progress this year. Mountain View, of course, has been a leader of sort of building the first. The governor came and to the interim model there, and now we're gonna make sure, I don't know how that's working at this point. People are staying long enough to get back on their feet, but I think they are. So that's sort of one piece. And I think in RENA now, I know my colleague Senator Blakespeare worked on legislation to make sure that that sort of that kind of extremely low is represented now. So we can get back to you on that, but I think that has been done. I did do a bill last year on suite style. So right now, dorms or any unit that doesn't have a bathroom or kitchen does not count for RENA. So we tried to get dorms, and then we had a bill around suite style. So if you had, say, 5 to 6 bedrooms, per bathroom, say, I think we compromised at 5, that those would count. And that bill unfortunately got killed, did not make it. So we're looking at running back that bill, or some other combination of these sort of RENA efforts that we talked about in response to Councilmember McAllister's sort of questions. So very open. Please follow up with Nicole and Alex Kobayashi and our team, because I'm very interested in these issues and want to work with you on this and see how we can kind of incent the right behavior and reward the right behavior.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good.
All right, do we have any other questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you so much, Senator Becker, from your favorite city. You don't have to confirm or deny that. And please let us know if there's anything we can do to help you push the legislation that we both care so strongly about.
Good. Well, thank you. Thank you all. I know your jobs are never easy, being on the front lines, and now especially it's, you know, it's going to be an especially complicated year, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you again so much.
Okay,
all right. So now we will hear from Supervisor Abe Koga. Welcome back.
Well, good evening, honorable council members, my dear former colleagues and city staff. It's really great to be back in the chambers, albeit on this side of the dais. And I just want to first of all thank you for those of you who were able to attend my public swearing in. It was just really wonderful to see the support. And here we are, 36 days on the job now. I'm really pleased to be as I mentioned at our reorganization meeting about a month ago, to be the first Mountain View representative in 50 years since Vic Calvo on the Board of Supervisors, and the first AAPI, Asian American woman, share that title with my new colleague, Supervisor Betty Young. But just a very exciting time, I think, for the county in terms of celebrating our diversity and representation, which is ironic in light of what is happening at the federal level. So I'm happy to be here to share with you what our priorities at the county are, and a little outlook on what we expect. But I would start with that irony in that our first real priority is in responding to the changes of the federal government. As you may have read, last week the county joined with San Francisco in filing a lawsuit in the Northern District of California challenging the cooperation attempts to freeze federal funding to non-cooperation jurisdictions. For example, those that were the policies that prohibit participation in federal immigration enforcement. And as you may know, the county's core mission is really to care for the most vulnerable residents and to deliver critical services to the residents who often need those services to survive and thrive. And so the administration's attempt to force the county to assist in civil immigration enforcement really undermines our ability to carry out that core mission. And the Constitution protects the county's right to decide how to use our own resources and staff to serve our community. So the county strives to create a culture of trust and security, and I know we have done that here in Mountain View as well, as we've strived to be a community for all. And so we do not cooperate with ICE in enforcing immigration law. And so the message that I want to convey from the county is that we hear the community loud and clear, and that we are here to serve our residents in need and to help promote health, safety, and prosperity. So you will have heard or will hear that we continue to say that our doors remain open for the healthcare needs, social service needs, the needs that the county offers assistance in. And then this lawsuit shows that we are willing and able and ready to go to court to protect the county's constitutional right to carry out its core mission. We did this before, the county did this before in 2020, and actually as a city council, I remember we've filed an amicus brief in support. The county prevailed at that time, and so we believe that we will continue to prevail. For more information about what our county is doing, we have a new site, web page, One County, One Future. So please look at that for resources, including our Rapid Response Network. The county Board of Supervisors allocated $5 million for rapid response. Some of you, thank you for those to the city for partnering with the county on our community listening session we had a couple of weeks ago. That's part of our rapid response efforts. we will look forward to continuing to partner with the cities on that. So in terms of priorities, that's really number one, our response to the federal government's changes. Along with that comes our budget. As you know, working with me at the council, fiscal responsibility has always been top of my mind and priority. And unfortunately, at the county, we face a existing budget deficit for about $40 million. And then with the changes to the federal administration, we really are bracing ourselves, frankly. The county does rely on quite a bit of federal and state funding. Some of the areas of main concern, Medi-Cal, as you know, the county has a health and hospital system. It's actually half of the budget of the county, which is $12.5 billion. And we serve, frankly, Medi-Cal patients. So we can stand to lose quite a bit of funding in that area, which will be really impactful if that were to happen. We also have social services where we receive in close to $500 million range, and then public health, public safety, even our sustainability efforts, just like the cities, these grants that we've been receiving are all wait to see how this will all transpire. So unfortunately, unlike the city of Mountain View that I've been very proud of over the years that has ample reserves, the county does not have that. And so that adds even more to the challenges of our fiscal responsibility. So basically, we just have to be more conservative in our spending, look for where areas of efficiencies, redundancies, and really just become a leaner organization. So I always try to see the silver lining in things, and those are actually, positive things to work on. So I look forward to looking at ways of making the county more efficient and leaner. Other priorities, the flip side of that coin is economic development. I know the city, we've worked hard on that. We just passed at the other board meeting, adding resources to our asset management and economic development department, focusing on agricultural business. So, and even in my District 5, which is from Palo Alto, 9 cities covering half of Almaden and San Jose, if you get down to Almaden, there's local wineries and other types of agricultural businesses. So we are looking to spend a little bit of resources to focus on promoting our agribusiness. I'm hoping that this will actually lead into expanding our Office of Economic Development to be able to help promote all small businesses. I appreciate Councilmember McAllister being back, and I remind folks that I ran a small business myself for a little while. So revenue generation, a little more challenging to do at the county than the cities, but definitely need to focus on that. Hoping that for myself, I'd like to create a small business advisory cabinet and eventually be able to create like a one-stop shop location at the county for immigrant information and navigating through what can be often bureaucratic red tape. Other areas, healthcare, as I mentioned, is really half the budget of the county. I serve as vice chair of the Health and Hospital Committee. Our biggest project there is that we acquired Regional Medical Center, and we are in the process of integrating that into our Valley Medical Healthcare System. So the county now has 4 hospitals. This one is located on East Side San Jose. It used to have a trauma center under Regional Medical, and they began to close all of those services. So our goal is to reopen that, which will actually help this district, our District 5, as well, because the nearest trauma center from there was actually Stanford. So we're hoping to be able to spread out the load load and be able to provide more services. We continue to work on mental health as the county declared it a crisis several years ago. We're in the process of building more inpatient beds at Valley Medical Center, and that's moving along. And then I'm very excited that the trust program, the alternative emergency response program, is underway, and we continue to look at ways to expand that. As I've traveled through District 5, public safety continues to be a major concern. I know that there was a recent meeting about property crime, the string of property crimes, retail theft, but I hear mostly, and it's obvious, I'd say fire safety, number one, and I'm hearing that from a lot of the communities in District 5, the ones in the foothills, wildfire protection or prevention, which means weed abatement, fuel reduction efforts. And a few years ago, you may recall, my colleague, Supervisor Lee, introduced the concept of AI monitors to detect fires, and that project is underway. Another area, I chair what they call the Hewlett Committee, the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation. So everything else, a lot of what we did here at the city. So I'm excited to be able to continue those efforts. Sustainability falls under that. We just had an update on our Sustainability Action Plan. We have an Office of Sustainability, and I really want to work on drilling down and creating an implementation plan that we can move projects through. Probably some of you may have read or saw that we had a vote on banning artificial turf, which unfortunately I supported it. It did not pass. I think that will be an ongoing issue, and you may be seeing it at the city level. Going into transportation, I'm very happy to say I'll be continuing on the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, VTA, Valley Transportation Authority, and Caltrain. And one of my focus areas, even on the council, was the grade separation project. Rengstorff in particular, we had bad news recently about the cost increases. Our Caltrain staff and city staff and VTA staff got together. I think you probably got a report that we did have a meeting, and they are looking at ways to reduce some of those costs with value engineering. I appreciate Dane being here, and we worked on the TIRSIP Cycle 6. I've been told that money is still there. And what I have asked the Caltrain board to do, and they've agreed to do so, is to elevate the grade separation projects to the board level. So we will be getting regular reports under the committee that I serve on, which is the Major Projects Committee. And I appreciate staff is looking at the grade separation projects in a different way, I've been told. So we're looking at how we can move several projects at once. The funding from the state had 3 city projects. Unfortunately, the one in Burlingame also had some cost increases, and it's kind of up in the air where that project is. So, I'm hoping that we can maintain whatever funding we've received, and if we have to shift some of that over to get other projects going, hoping we can have that flexibility to do so. Lots of talk on housing earlier. I'm happy to say that the county has had their housing element certified finally, and I think we were the last agency to do so in the county. My hope is actually, having gone through all this here and at the county, that we can look at feedback, obtaining feedback from the cities and the county, and providing that to MTC ABAG as well as HCD, in hopes that the next cycle will be a smoother process. As you know, Measure A, our affordable housing bond measure, the $950 million is nearly expended. So we are shifting from building construction back to homelessness response, as Councilmember Hicks had talked about. I've noticed as I was here at the council level that safe parking is not recognized by the county as a strategy. I have brought that up through my committee and have asked staff to, and I will work with our staff to look at how to actually include that. I think it is a strategy that's proven to be effective, and so the county should support that. And so with that, I will be requesting to meet with each of you. I've met with the mayor. I've been trying to meet with all of the council members in my district, which is 44 of them, so it's going to take a little time, but please be patient. But I look forward to the opportunity to talk with each of you. Please know that, as you know, you should know that our office is open to you at all times. I want to recognize and introduce my policy aide here, Renee Fong. She handles housing and transportation and is your contact for Mountain View. So with that, thank you for your time. It's great to be back, and if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you, Supervisor Abekoga. Do we have any questions from council to our former colleague? Go ahead.
You know, that was very comprehensive. Thank you. And I did have some questions written down, but you covered most of them. It was so comprehensive. And since we're, you know, running maybe a little late, and you did say you'd meet with each of us individually, I will save my questions for that time.
Great. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, we're going to let you escape. Thank you for waiting this long. So we will now hear from Elise Lester, Field Representative from Assemblymember Berman's office.
Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramos, Council, and City staff. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Elise Lester, for those who don't know me, Field Representative for Assemblymember Mark Berman, and I'm very excited to share the Assemblymember's legislative priorities for the upcoming year, a year in which our focus will be on protecting our community, expanding opportunity, and standing up for the rights and dignity of all Californians. Assemblymember Berman wishes he could be here, but he is being recognized tonight by the California Retailers Association in Sacramento and sends his regards. With the deadline previously mentioned for new bill introductions coming up on February 21st, Assemblymember Berman has already introduced 5 bills aimed at addressing some of the most pressing concerns of our community. His full bill package will be soon introduced and available on his website. Today, I want to highlight a few key pieces of legislation. First, AB 519, which was introduced this morning. AB 519 addresses the troubling practices in the pet market by targeting pet brokering in California. Many bad actors have been circumventing California's ban on puppy mills by masquerading as local breeders while importing abused and neglected puppies from out-of-state operations. Assemblymember Berman was deeply disturbed by these findings and is committed to protecting both animal welfare and consumer rights. AB 519 will effectively end pet brokering and undermines our state's laws and ensures that families get honest information when welcoming a new pet into their homes. Next, Assemblymember Berman is also focused on improving safety for our children. A few years ago, a tragic incident at Castlemont Elementary School in Campbell underscored the need for a clearer and more effective school zone safety measure. Although the bill he introduced last year addressing this issue did not pass, he remains determined to reintroduce legislation that would lower school zone speed limits, putting us in line with other states that have similar measures in place, and establish clear time-based standards for these zones rather than the current when children are present standard. So he believes that that by adopting these changes, we can better protect our children on their way to and from school, which is a goal that deeply resonates with families across Assembly District 23 and in Mountain View. In the realm of education, Assemblymember Bourbon has been a long champion of equipping our students with the skills needed to thrive in today's digital world. To that end, he is preparing to reintroduce his Computer Science for All Act. This proposal would require that all California public high schools offer at least one computer science course by the 2029-30 school year. The goal here is simple but profound: to close the gap in access to essential technology education, ensuring that every student, regardless of background, has the opportunity to develop critical skills for the 21st century Silicon Valley workforce. Beyond these bills, the Assembly as a whole has taken strong steps to protect Californians in these uncertain times. So just last week during special session, Assemblymember Berman voiced his support for SB 1 and SB 2, both of which allocate up to $50 million in funding for nonprofits that offer legal services, for legal defenses against the Trump administration. So half of that funding is designated for the State Department of Justice to challenge harmful federal actions in court, while the other half is earmarked for nonprofits providing legal services to support immigrants facing eviction or deportation. This action is about safeguarding the rights and well-beings of individuals in our district, Mountain View, and across California. So in a time when many undocumented LGBTQ+ and other marginalized community members are feeling especially vulnerable, these efforts serve as a vital lifeline. And our office as a whole is committed to working to protect the rights and freedoms of every person in our community, and these legislative measures reflect that commitment. Every bill introduced, every policy advocated for, and the work in our district office is designed to make a tangible difference in the lives of our constituents, whether it's helping a family secure timely benefits, ensuring our children have safe routes to school, or defending the rights of those who are too often marginalized. We see the fears that our community members are facing and strive every day to address them through meaningful, forward-thinking legislation. Our district office also additionally takes pride in being accessible and responsive, so we encourage Mountain View residents to reach out to us with your feedback, your concerns, and your ideas, or reach out to me directly, as I'm the contact for Mountain View, as your voices help shape our work, and we are here to listen and act. If you have any questions or need further assistance regarding state policies or legislative efforts, please know that our door is always open, and we will continue to push forward on the issues that matter, ensuring safe streets, quality education, and robust protections for every individual. So thank you so much for your time and for the work that you do, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. We have a question from Councilmember McAllister.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it that you're here. So I had a question for Senator Becker, but I'll also ask Assemblymember Berman. With the housing element, now that it's had an opportunity to go through many gyrations through all these cities, and he voted for it, does he have any, this is sort of like a rhetorical possibly, does he have any concerns that he might want to tweak it some way?
Of course. I don't want to put words in his mouth, and I'm happy to connect with you and, bring this feedback questions back to him. And in the past, he has facilitated conversations between HCD and municipalities. And, I generally, he is a believer in that when the state passes a mandate, it's their responsibility to be a part of that implementation process. It's a vague answer, but I'm happy to connect with you further on the issue. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Lester? Now would be a time that I'm also going to allow some questions for our lobbyists. If you have any, we'll also have some time for questions after public comment, but it was suggested that some of these questions may inform public comment as well. So do we have any questions for our lobbyists? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
John, I have a question. Thank you. John, question. You started off about the legislative process. So we have President, I think he mentioned that he doesn't mind shutting down the nation. So what you've seen, do you know, with all these resolutions, continuing stuff, you see him going to say, hey, okay, let's just shut it down?
I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't, so I'm not going to try and guess what the answer is to that. The politics are pretty complex around this, and I think his Republican majority in the Senate and in the House have pretty strong feelings, if not being said, behind the scenes about a close down. Because when you have the president in both chambers under the Republican direction, if there's a shutdown and whatever difficulty that causes, that becomes a problem, as Kyriakis mentioned, with the thin majorities. There's an election in 2 years. Mm-hmm. And I know that under these circumstances, and I appreciate what the county supervisor was mentioning and this state legislator about the efforts to push back, because I do think that that's part of that's part of this dynamic. It's part of what we see. We were involved in a U.S. Conference of Mayors conversation. Today is Tuesday. It was yesterday. And they are mobilizing because what they're trying to do is track a lot of these executive orders and exactly how they're impacting cities. I think what's in play is this is not unusual for this particular president to stir things up, and then let's see what the reaction is. So I think there are a number of people who are trying to prevent themselves being hurt by what might happen that are in his own party. So I don't know that if there is a shutdown, the Republicans are going to get blamed for it. That's just flat out what will happen. That has consequences.
And my second question was, I know it's early on, but AI, the restrictions, development, research, et cetera, anything that's might be popping up now, other than Eli trying to buy?
I would say I don't follow the AI legislation. I have not followed it in Washington. I know that there's a great deal of discussion about it. It's one of those areas, in fact, this came up in this discussion yesterday with the Conference of Mayors about the impact of AI. So I would just say that's something, because you've asked about it, that I'll look into. I know where I am.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you for your presentation. I have 2 questions, neither of which I think will be easy to answer immediately. The first is, have we been able to quantify, at least at a high level, funding that may be at risk because of the administration's direction to freeze funding that many local jurisdictions depend on?
Well, I would say that probably out of the Environmental Protection Agency, a lot of the programs that were funded by the Inflation Reduction Act, those definitely will be impacted by this. The same is true for the Department of Energy and the funding that they received from the Inflation Reduction Act. I think when you get to programs like transportation and HUD funding, I think there will be some reductions in the discretionary, like the CDBG program and home, but there's a strong constituency on Capitol Hill on both sides of the aisle for a lot of these local government programs. I don't think what you will find is Republicans in the House or the Senate fighting back on issues, whether it's climate change funding. I don't know that anybody has quantified at this point what those impacts could be. But I do think when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act and anything that's got to do with electric vehicles or climate change, you will see those programs are not going to be emphasized by this administration.
Fair enough. Maybe I should have been more clear. Any funding that the city of Mountain View is counting on that may be at risk?
Well, I think as I said, community development, block grant, home funding, I think you'll see reductions in that. I don't really think that in the transportation area, even though there's talk about reducing transit funding, I don't think it's going to, it may be the discretionary funding. I don't think it's going to be the formula funding.
That's helpful, thank you. And then this may have settled, but earlier when the administration, I think, was first starting to weigh in pretty aggressively on how they might respond to the LA fires, it was looking like there may be reluctance to provide emergency relief, right, without some stipulations or political considerations. Is that still something that we should contend with, or is that looking like that rhetoric is no longer being pursued?
I think that rhetoric will always be pursued. The fact is, there are people that were affected by those fires and that are affected by other natural disasters who are supporters of the administration. And so some of these things are said. I don't mean to be too political about this, but I think some of these things are said because they reinforce a notion that some of the base supports. But I think there are other voices in that same arena who have an impact on toning those things down when it gets to beyond just the press conference or the statement in a speech. I think there's a lot of folks who feel that there needs to be a more sympathetic response, empathetic response. So I think you'll continue to see that because that's part of the public persona, the presentation they want to make.
Okay. In the immediate, so that's helpful. In the immediate term, though, it's not looking like there are restrictions being proposed on any federal emergency relief or response funds.
I don't think so, because some of the, I mean, you look at some of the places that have these disasters, Florida, it's, I mean, there's an overriding concern, I think, on the part of local elected officials and state officials about the fact that you need to treat these things fairly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Before you get to your question, the City Manager, Kimber McCarthy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So whether you answer tonight or maybe it's something to follow up with staff about, but I've received questions and I'd be curious about the impact of local technology companies and maybe some of the larger companies in our region, their presence at the inauguration of the current administration, and how that might have been a swing from before, and whether that may or may not have an impact on Mountain View and some of the things we're trying to advance, if that makes sense. That the presence of CEOs and staff at the presidential inauguration, and how that has changed, and how that may impact our region.
Kyriakis, I'm sure, has some thoughts, so I'll ask him to comment on it. I would say this. Whenever there's a change in power in Washington, D.C., you will see strange bedfellows because there's a lot of uncertainty about whether it's a Democratic administration or a Republican administration. They know there are going to be changes. So all of a sudden, you will see people being involved that you might not expect to be involved in certain things or showing up at certain things because Andrew Young, the former ambassador, the former mayor, once said to a group of CEOs where we were included that what drives this country is business. And he said to these assembled CEOs, he said, it's the jobs that you provide, it's the taxes that you do pay, along with other factors, but he said, you folks have a lot to say about how this country moves forward. And I think I've seen with some CEOs that we deal with that they will do things that may look on the surface like they're doing something that you're kind of amazed by, but they're doing it for a purpose because of that business investment that they want to see protected and grow.
Does that answer your question? All right, we have a question from Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm interested in a couple of things you said and how they might intersect. I'm not sure exactly how they would impact Mountain View. We do a lot around sustainability and climate change, which this current administration in Washington, from what I read, is not as interested in as the previous administration. But you also talked about reframing certain issues. I don't remember exactly how you said it, but you talked about new metrics. Now, I do know some people working for the Department of Energy, and they have said that in terms of the renewable energy they've been working on, that may not be cut as much as you would think because of maybe kind of what you were referring to, a reframing. Instead of working on renewable energy, they're talking about working on cheap, abundant, new energy sources. So I'm wondering whether that's the kind of reframing you're talking about. I'm not sure exactly how it would impact our sustainability work in Mountain View, but it's something I've been trying to figure out how to continue support for that particular issue.
You want to take it, Greg?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. I think you're absolutely right. The reframing is something that I think everybody is looking at. Mitigation, as we saw with the recent LA fires, hurricanes in North Carolina and Florida, natural disasters are impacting red, blue states. It doesn't, Mother Nature doesn't care. And I think, this administration, members of Congress, from red and blue states all know that communities are at risk, and providing funding for both mitigation and recovery are critical. And I think when you're talking about resiliency, mitigation, sea level rise, those things are important to, I think, this administration and Congress. So I think when we're talking about climate, I think we're talking about the impacts of climate. And I think when we reframe the conversation from just talking about what the source is for climate change, but sort of how do we mitigate against it, I think that's probably the place we want to be.
Thank you.
We're involved in a project that is what they call a trade port corridor. And it benefits rural areas. It benefits some tribal communities, and it also has what they call truck clean energy mobility centers. So in the past administration, you know all of the words that we would use, but in this administration, our early discussions with the new people at the Department of Transportation is about rural development, economic development, bringing jobs to both urban areas and some rural areas that have been underdeveloped. And to the question about businesses being involved, or maybe you're surprised to see them certain places, one of the companies that we have not dealt with directly, but it's Volvo Trucks. Those folks are interested in long-term transportation of freight using hydrogen. And so there is an office at the Department of Energy that focuses strictly on the use of hydrogen for fuel. We'll continue to talk to them, but it's Volvo who will, pardon the pun, drive that effort, not us talking about necessarily underserved or tribal communities. It's all part of the package, but it's the focus on job development and technology development, and that means jobs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm very concerned about is is sort of the balance between what I see as anticipatory obedience. In other words, people adjusting their behavior about things that they expect to happen that may not happen, or may really, that may not happen. And the need to reframe things so that we're communicating with people on, both sides of the aisle, to, as you talked about, for climate change impacts versus causes. And I just, I see that as a real tension in our country, and something we need to be very cognizant of. And so I hope you will help us in this. I think reframing is one thing. Anticipatory obedience, I think that's very, very dangerous. And anyway, so I hope you'll help us with that. And it's particularly important. You've mentioned climate change, but I think in DEI, it's also very, very important. I mean, in Mountain View, we want to have a community for all. And that doesn't mean we want to have, horrible criminals running around, or any of, some of the stuff that's in the media. We want to have a very peaceful, productive community. But what we mean by a peaceful, productive community is kind of maybe different. So anyway, I'm just looking for, I guess this isn't a question, this is a comment. I'm looking to you for guidance on how to really how to maneuver through this labyrinth that we will be facing. And I think that your return on investment thus far has been excellent, and I would like to say that too for the state lobbyists we have, and I certainly look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Showalter. So what we're going to do is, does anyone have any questions for our lobbyists? Because I want to cut them loose so that we could go to public comment, and then we can ask questions to staff. Does anyone have questions for our lobbyists? Thank you both. Thank you all for your time. I know that it's getting pretty late for y'all, and we're used to it. I don't know if you're used to it, but thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on to public comment. So we will, for the study session, we will start with public input. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will actually have 1.5 minutes. And once again, thank you so much for your time. It looks like we have no in-person speakers, and we have one speaker online. Mr. Scarborough, please go ahead.
Hello, City Council, staff, and fellow Mountain View citizens. I'm John Scarborough. I'm a 22-year resident of Mountain View, and although I may be preaching to the choir, I feel I must speak up tonight. First, I'm thankful for your work to maintain and improve our city. I'm especially thankful for the work to improve the sense of community and making Mountain View more sustainable and equitable. It speaks volumes on how we take care of each other, our responsibility to future generations, and especially those most vulnerable in our population. The work we've done on this is going to be harder with the current federal administration. If they succeed in consolidating unaccountable power and tearing down the systems that give us good government, it becomes harder still. Much of our gains will be wiped out and our community members will be hurt. Fighting this qualitative change in the governance of our country is imperative, it's winnable, and should be done at every level. This is a fight for all of us, and I'm so glad to hear that there are allies in county and state government. Many of our neighbors are currently demonized and targeted because of their gender, ethnicity, or place of birth. The plans we have for sustainable, equitable, and inclusive community are also targeted. The rapid attempts to disassemble our democracy is dangerous. These are not normal times. They require a multifaceted approach to resist the takeover, build our resilience and strength as a community, and work with like-minded communities. So the legislative platform should have elements supporting legislation that stops or counteracts the foreseeable attacks on our community and others. It should be flexible to take opportunities to push back. Please support legislation that protects our freedom, protects the rule of law, protects the environment, and improves community resilience. Support legislation that stands against a slide into a new form of American fascism. Do not obey in advance. There's a lot to do, and this is one way that we as a community can stand up for human rights, the environment, and democracy. Thank you for your work in our community, and may we all succeed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scarborough. I'm bringing it back to, I have no other public comment, virtual or in person. Therefore, I am bringing it back to my colleagues for any additional questions, or we could also move on to comments, which would include feedback on the questions staff has posed in the report. So I don't see any hands up yet, so I'm going to just continue through. So the question is, are there any policy issues, priorities, or policy statements that council would like to discuss to seek further clarification on, modify, add, or remove from the proposed 2025 regional and state and federal platforms? Let's not all go at once. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As a starting point, I think the foundational documents are pretty strong. I think there's certainly a lot of work to do and a lot to focus on. I appreciate and generally agree with the remarks from Mr. Scarborough, but I also feel like it's a daunting task, and there's only so much we can do at the municipal level. But I'm interested in hearing the perspectives of my colleagues. I did want to share a couple of ideas. These are generally pretty minor. The first is, and actually maybe a question for the Vice Mayor. Are you intending to do like a straw poll for each suggestion? How would you like us to provide feedback so it's helpful for you?
I intend to write down everyone's ideas, and then we could do a straw poll. I'm anticipating Ms. Gilmore is also writing down the things, so if there's any misclarity or lack of clarity, she can ask us for she could ask for us to provide that clarity. But in an initial start, I could write down ideas, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just go through them and then see where we land. For the state platform, in one of the items related to advocacy for anti-displacement policies, there's an asterisk that says support only if the City Council determines this is feasible within the tenant displacement response strategy. I'd like to recommend that we remove that because the state does not operate under any such restriction. That's something that we need to be mindful of for local policies, but SB 330, for instance, which has a very aggressive replacement requirement provision for units that are demolished, that are rent controlled, or have low-income people residing in the unit. The state doesn't impose on itself any financial feasibility assessment obligation. And so I feel that I'm empathetic with what that line and our platform is trying to achieve, but I think that's something that really pertains to local policies and not something that we need to restrict ourselves in advocating for, since the state itself imposes no such obligation. The second one is, so this is something that I know Councilmember Hicks has talked about in the past, so I don't want to step too much on her toes, but I support it so much, I'm hoping that we can consider it. I think, Senator Becker spoke to this a little bit too, so it'd be helpful for staff to clarify. Requiring as part of the housing needs work that cities plan for and create capacity for permanent supportive extremely low income and very low income units. Those are currently excluded in the RENA. So those of you who are more familiar with the process than I am, maybe can educate me, but I do think, as Councilmember Hicks has advocated for in the past, making sure that every city steps up and provides a set aside of units for extremely low income and very low income households is essential. So I'm hoping we could be a little bit more forward in our advocacy at the state level for changes like that. We've been at the forefront with local disclosure requirements in local elections, and I think it would be helpful also recognizing that we're constrained in what we could do locally to advocate at the state level and also the federal level for requirements to disclose contributions and contributors to campaign committees making independent expenditures in elections. Now, it's difficult to restrict those expenditures from being made, but the least we can do is make sure that voters are aware of who's contributing and how much when independent expenditures are being made in any type of election, right? At any level of government. I think that's something where we can make a mark as a city in our advocacy. Just a few more. And this is one where I think all of us maybe have a story or two to share. There are a number of regional bodies where appointments are made by varying means, right? The selection committee, or for instance with VTA, each grouping of cities has its own process. And in my experience, those processes tend to be opaque. It's very difficult for members of the public to participate meaningfully. There's really not a lot of accountability for the people making the selection or for the folks who are selected into those regional bodies. And I think advocating for legislation that requires or enhances transparency to the public in these appointment processes to regional bodies would be important. At the very least, require that they be open to the public, agendized, pursuant to the Brown Act, that kind of thing, and then have some type of accountability mechanism. I don't know what that would be, but any state law that would help introduce some transparency into these processes, I think, is a good start. And then for the federal platform, there are a couple of references to, or some language that directs our advocacy firm to oppose regulatory or other actions that preempt local control or authority. I don't like that language personally. I think we're much more nuanced in our advocacy, or historically have been. It's not simply that we're seeking to preempt any erosion of local control. I think it's as, I think it was Dane, somebody had shared with us this, what our legislative advocates do is they tell Mountain View's story. Here's where we've been good actors, right? And why I think maybe, for instance, in the case of land use and housing, cities that are making a good faith effort to meet state obligations, or that are doing good work to address the crisis, probably merit an advantage in access to funding, right? Or maybe the penalties are less harsh or something. But distinguish between cities that are making a good faith effort to try and address these types of issues from cities that are not making a good faith effort, right? I think we actually have been pretty supportive generally, individually as council members and as a council, for efforts to try and make sure that every city is doing its fair share. So I don't like this language because it's not nuanced, and I'm not interested in defending bad actor cities. I'd rather change this language into something that's affirmative, about Mountain View's efforts and how we can distinguish ourselves from cities that are really not making the effort. So I hope you, I know that was a lot. hope you were able to capture those, and I'm happy to share more ideas if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. I didn't catch any federal ones.
That was the federal, that last one.
Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I want to start off by saying I agree with our one public speaker on this section that these are not normal times, and I'm not exactly sure how we address that within our city council strategic priorities. I would say I guess I'm kind of agreeing with Councilmember Ramirez that the list of they titled. The list of our state and legislative platform is pretty strong, and in particular, the council has 7 strategic priorities. I won't list all of them, but the ones under, and our legislative priorities fall under these categories. And the ones under community for all, housing, culture, and multicultural, I think are address some of those things, some of the things that we would want to do even in these not normal times in terms of our lobbying statewide and federally, although I'm open to any suggestions other council members might have for addressing these times in particular. But given that I think those things are spoken to some degree in our platform, the suggestions I have to add are like Councilmember Ramirez said, relatively minor. One is lobbying for train noise reduction and quiet zones, anything that would allow or enable that. I don't think I have much verbiage on that, but that is it, basically. And then also what Council Ramirez addressed, about homeless response in every city in the next housing element. I would even keep it pretty open in addition to the things that Councilmember Ramirez said, regarding rapid rehousing and permanently supportive housing, also transitional housing, senior housing, youth housing, whatever. I would keep it as flexible as possible so that every city can do a little more and a little more quickly, given that we're not getting a lot of funding for those things. And then there's one that this is statewide also. I think all of, the train noise one is both federal and state, has both federal and state elements. Then there's one that our Visual Arts Committee has brought to my attention along the lines of encouraging public art. It has recently been put into play legislation requiring a contractor's license for anyone painting murals, which is something that's, people who paint murals don't have contractor's licenses. I mean, I don't think any of them do. So changing that legislation, people in the Visual Arts Committee have said that that's really crucial for what they do, public art. And then another one is lobbying to improve our current builder's remedy process, which I think can be kind of, to some degree, I think it needs a lot of improvement. To some degree, I think it can cover up elements that are kind of cash cows for some developers rather than giving us what we really need. So for housing and for quality in our community. So improving the builder's remedy, that's a state. That's would be a statewide element. And so those are all of my additions.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. I saw hands up from Mayor Kamei and Councilmember Showalter. Would you like to go now? Mayor Kamei.
Great. Thanks, Vice Mayor. So I just wanted to give my feedback, which is I don't One, I want to just thank staff and everyone who presented on the legislative platform. I think each year it gets more and more robust, and I'm really grateful now that, especially what's going on the federal level, that we do have federal lobbyists. So I think rather than add to the list, I think I would say, based off of the priorities that we discussed tonight, just thinking about how the city can be proactive. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to be in kind of a reactive situation, particularly on our federal priorities. I think there's a lot of question marks and unknowns, I think, given the Q&A earlier that colleagues asked. So I think just being nimble on that. It sounds like on the state level, we have some good partnerships and we can continue to pursue them, but I don't have any additions at this time. I think it'll just be making sure that we kind of stay on top of this kind of ever-changing climate. It's exciting to have Supervisor Abe-Koga in the county and to hear what they're doing, because I think that adds like another layer of partnership for us. So I think those are my comments. I feel each day, it feels like every minute, every second, things are changing. And so how do we, I think, also like prepare to do more with less as we're seeing kind of the different levels of government. So those are just my comments, and I'm happy to support what staff has proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kamei. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I too am very pleased with the list that I see in front of us, and I particularly like the suggestion of Councilmember Hicks to add a segment to the housing element in the future about homelessness and homelessness actions. I think that's really a good idea, because we do need to. Everybody needs to be doing their part, and also. Councilmember Ramirez's concept of don't oppose all limits to local control. I think that we've discussed that before, and we want it to be more nuanced. And we would certainly, now, particularly now that we're a pro-housing city, we would like that to be rewarded as much as possible. But the thing that Mayor Kamei mentioned that I think is in the staff report, but I'd like to emphasize is, because things are changing so rapidly, I would hope that we can maybe increase the reports that we get from our lobbyists or from Ms. Gilmore about how these changes are impacting Mountain View, and I would leave it to staff to figure out what's the most appropriate way to do that. I mean, we get council connections every week. There could be announcements at the, at city council meetings or whatever. But I do think that communication of how these changes will impact our community are really vital, and we need to make sure that we can stay as up to date at them as is reasonable. We could really go crazy. There are so many of them, and they go back and forth. But, I would urge staff to come up with some sort of an appropriate report for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. I'm looking at my remaining colleagues of anything to add, not add. All right. So what I have gathered, and I'm looking at Ms. Gilmore for any assistance if I missed anything. Well, I'll start with a couple of things I did want to mention. Is similar to Councilmember Hicks, the train noise. Councilmember Hicks, you were in that meeting with the Wisman neighbors, and it was rough, largely because what they wanted done needed to be done through CPUC. And they're like, well, how do we get to CPUC? And we're like, well, we don't know. And so if we are looking at our intergovernmental connections, this is kind of why we have this program. When we have issues of our residents that we don't have on the local level, that power to do, this is where we kind of want to go. So the train noise, CPUC for our light rail, and then I believe Caltrain, the train noise is a federal one because it's considered heavy rail. The other one I did want to put through is I remember when we had to pause our reach codes, and we were told that the essentially we couldn't fix it on our end. The fix is on the federal level. So I feel like that should be added to our federal priorities because it's something we wanted to do, but it's the federal level that's kind of holding us back. So that's what I would add, and I'm trying to limit as much as of what I would add because I want to spend a lot of time trying to get these priorities implemented in our wonderful lobbying program. So I'll write those down. So we will, is there anything you feel, Ms. Gilmore, that we should do a straw poll on? I have some things that we might, but did you want more clarity on your end before we do these straw polls?
Well, I can start with restating what I heard, and you can let me know if I have captured these correctly. So I've heard that on the state legislative platform, we want to remove the asterisk that talks about anti-displacement. I think that's particularly on platform statement C7. I also heard that we would like to add, this is on the state platform, a policy statement around local disclosure requirements around elections and disclosing contributions and contributors. Adding a platform statement around regional body appointments and requiring transparency for the public for how those appointments are made to regional bodies and adding some level of accountability. I also heard for the federal platform, we would like to alternate language that's more nuanced other than opposing regulatory policies. So looking for an alternative language for a couple of those statements. I think there's at least 3 or 4 that I counted in the federal platform. In addition to that, I heard that we wanted to add, we heard two council members asked to add policy statements in both the federal and the state platform for lobbying for train noise reduction and quiet zones specifically with the CPUC and the federal government for light rail and for Caltrain. We wanted to add a policy statement, perhaps in the state platform, that requires cities to discuss their homeless response in their upcoming housing elements. We also would like to add a platform statement around encouraging public art, specifically around potential legislation that would require artists to have a contractor's license for painting murals. So finding some language, developing some language that would address the challenges around that. Also adding a platform statement that would lobby to improve our current builder's remedy process. And then the final platform statement I heard for the federal priorities was adding a platform statements regarding modification or of reach codes, and I actually may have characterized that incorrectly. So Vice Mayor, if you could repeat for me what your intention was around the reach codes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
My understanding, sure. My understanding is when we put a pause on our reach codes, we were like, where do we fix this, and at what level does it have to get fixed? And it's my understanding that there has to be federal action taken in order for us to allow cities to adopt reach codes. I see a hand from a council member Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just to, I don't have, I'm not objecting to including the builder's remedy item, but I do believe that there was a bill passed recently, a Buffy Wicks bill that fixed the problem mostly, but unfortunately it can't be retroactive. So for builder's remedy applications that are currently under review, there are basically two paths forward. There's sort of builder's remedy 1.0, and then there's, which is the ambiguity in the Housing Accountability Act today, or that used to be, and then there's now an alternative pathway that has some restrictions. So maybe it would be helpful for staff maybe to remind the council what those changes in the law are, and then we could see when this comes back to us if that's something we still want to make changes to. And I was looking up the reach code thing, and I know what you're talking about, but I can't find the preemption specifically. But I'm hoping, because I support that very strongly. I was just hoping we could maybe help staff with where exactly that.
Can I help with that?
occurred.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, there is a specific bill. It was passed in 1974, and the name escapes me. It's some sort of a conservation act, but anyway, it was passed in 1974, and it has a restriction in it. It basically says that you can't preclude people from using certain kinds of appliances. And at that time, they thought natural gas was something they wanted to promote because it was less expensive, and we didn't understand the greenhouse gas implications. Well, anyway, through the Energy, Environment and Natural Resources Committee of the National League of Cities, we are developing a resolution to have that law updated. So that's one way we're working on it. And of course, adding that into our legislative platform would be really valuable.
Community Development Director Murdoch.
Good evening, honorable council members. It's the Energy Policy and Conservation Act that included those preemption provisions that the court found prevented local agencies from enacting reach codes in the manner that they did.
Oh, thank you for remembering that.
All right, we also have a hand up from Councilmember Hicks.
So regarding the builder's remedy, when I read through our current legislative platform, most of the statements are they're not very specific. They're not very prescriptive. They don't say change it exactly in this way. And that's really what I'm looking at. I think as we work through this process and other cities work through it, we may come out with some learning. And so I'm just saying I'd like the lobbyists to keep an eye on that and be a part of those discussions. I'm not prescribing a particular improvement.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember Clark.
So I guess we'll get to straw votes, but I wanted to share my feelings on a few of these. The way that I approach these sort of guidance to our lobbyists is looking at the next 1 to 2 legislative cycles and really focusing on what we think we can politically achieve as opposed to sending messages. And so I'm not going to worry too much about asterisk removals, although I wonder why the asterisk was there. Surely there was a reason, but probably not worth getting into tonight. And I also think that we should really focus on things that directly impact us or that we can influence as opposed to broader issues. So I probably won't support, spending lobbying dollars and time and energy on campaign finance that frankly doesn't directly impact the city or our ability to implement our own campaign finance rules. I understand why it would be nice to have other local jurisdictions match us, but it's just not something that is as high a priority to me, for example, as some of the other things that have been mentioned tonight. The regional body appointments, I don't know what we would propose. So unless there's a specific proposal that we want to advocate for, as opposed to, let's try and do things to make regional body appointments more transparent and those people accountable. Like, it's just gonna, I don't know. I worry that it creates more red tape and actually discourages good people from applying for some of these things than it does. I'm just looking at the cost benefit analysis there. For ours contractors, it sounded like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if it was legislation that was just recently passed, I think it's highly unlikely that it would be reversed. So if it's something from decades ago that is like something that really needs to be fixed, I'm not sure it's worth lobbying to change something that was just implemented. But I could be wrong about the timing.
Well, maybe our city attorney can talk about whether it's worth putting on it. It's the Visual Arts Committee, multiple members have come to me and said it's the most obstructive thing. Some of them have said they're going to quit because they can't do anything.
I'm just thinking about.
But I think the city attorney's been, so any discussions that are being had, I'd like our lobbyist to be a part of them, but she may know more the status of that than I do.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks, Vice Mayor. So if I could just comment really quickly. So this would help us for sure. This is an issue that all cities are dealing with. And just for a real life example of this, it's some, I don't want to use the word archaic, but it's a law that's been on the books that essentially makes the agency that wants to hire someone to do work for art, whether it's public art or otherwise, you're only able to pay them a very small amount of money without them having very, very high expensive insurance. So it's hindered us being able to have our bollards painted from all these various artists. And this is something that the city attorney's office has been spending months on. And as mentioned, all the other cities are dealing with this too. So there's been these regional discussions about how we can change this kind of weird, obscure law that prevents us from hiring really wonderful artists to do work for us.
And I just got an update from Mitesh. He's the one that's been working on this, and there is already a bill pending to deal with this issue.
Well, then we should add that. Sorry, I thought it was something that they just implemented like a year ago, and I was wondering why on earth they would do that, and then why they would.
So we could. Yeah, so we could support the bill. I can get more information about which bill it is that's pending.
Yeah, I'd like to be part of that discussion and make sure it happens.
Okay.
All right, I have City Attorney Logue with the hand up. Okay, all right. So we're gonna do our straw poll. So everyone, get your hands ready. So we're gonna start with the first one. We're gonna go in order as best as I can. Remove the asterisk on. Trying to find item C7. Do we have? This is the one where it's an asterisk on the support anti-displacement legislation that protects the abilities. Basically, it's support anti-displacement legislation, but for some reason there's an asterisk inclining saying, if only feasible. So, all right, we have 4 hands. Great, five hands. All right, next one, local campaign disclosure requirements for IEs. Hands? 1, 2, 3, and just 3. Okay. Regional body appointment transparency. Hands up. All right, we have 4.
A question for Councilmember Ramirez on that one.
Sure.
So if somebody was advocating for their employer, would that be a conflict of interest or something to bring about transparency on?
I don't know why you'd ask, but I'll say I have the experience a few years ago of representing our city when we were picking the Group 2 cities VTA director, who did not receive majority support from the cities. One city declined to participate. I voted no, and 2 cities voted yes, including a representative who actually was not supported by their council to be the PAC rep. And nevertheless, that person became our VTA rep for several years. And I don't believe he did a good job representing our city. So all I'm saying is, boy, it would be nice for the cities, the our councils to actually have a meaningful way to participate in these processes, where currently members of the public are prohibited from going to these meetings, and I have no way of holding our VTA rep when they're not actually accountable to my city.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next straw poll item. Please get your hands ready. This is not necessarily an additional plank, but like alternative language. This is to the in the federal platform to distinguish cities making good faith effort from cities making bad faith efforts. In terms of I believe this was language regarding pushing against local control or something. All right. I hope they made that clear. All right. We have 4. Oh, Pat, is that your hand? Was that a hand for this? Yes, it was for this. Yes. Great. All right. Next is train noise reduction. I believe this is going to be under both platforms, state and federal, just because it deals with both things. So ready? Get ready to vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, unanimous. Yay, we finally got one. All right. Adding homelessness response in every city for the housing element. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 6. 6. Yay. All right. Basically, I put encouraging public art, but we've talked about it to make it more clear, was fixing that contractor license public art issue. Hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's unanimous. Yay, more unanimous. We have improved current builder's remedy process. Ready? Hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unanimous. Yay. I love it when we all agree. And I think the last one is the Reach Codes one, which is the bill to fix the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, made in 1974, before half of us were alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yay! And that is our straw polls. The staff have everything they need.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to our next item, item 7, 7.1, Housing Element Program 11G, Zoning General Plan Consistency with Site Inventory. Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson and Community Development Director Christian Murdoch will present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue card to the Assistant City Clerk now. I was hoping to get this done before 10. This might be a quick item.
You're allowed to take a break, John.
Maybe it's...
Okay, good evening, council members. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Anderson. I'm Advanced Planning Manager, and I'm here to present this item. I'm joined by Christian Murdoch, the Community Development Director, as well as Amber Blazinski, the Assistant Director, and Krisha Panoyar, who is the Project Manager and the one who prepared this report. Due to the lateness of this hour, I will move quickly through my presentation, but I'm happy to return to any slides if council members have any questions.
At today's meeting, we'll be reviewing the Housing Element Implementation Program 1.1G, which is to ensure the zoning and general plan are consistent with the Housing Element site inventory and other housing opportunity sites. Please note, Moffett Boulevard will be completed as a separate project through the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. This program has a housing element deadline of December 31st of this year, and the purpose of this meeting is to receive feedback on the recommended approach for this program. A subsequent meeting will be held at the end of the year to adopt the zoning and general plan amendments. Here are some of staff's key considerations for evaluating the zoning and general plan approach for each of the listed areas. The first is to ensure that target densities and commercial components are as identified in the housing element. Secondly, to avoid any zoning and general plan changes resulting in existing businesses becoming non-conforming. And making existing businesses non-conforming may impact the use's operations and limit what the non-conforming use can do in the future. Lastly, there are a few sites that immediately abut single-family residential zones. Therefore, staff analyzed existing zoning districts or uses that could require neighborhood transitions, such as larger setbacks and incorporated step-downs when adjacent to residential neighborhoods. I do have slides for each of the individual areas that we are looking at. I will go through them quickly, but we can refer back to them if council members have any questions. So first, Leong Drive and Fairchild Drive. Secondly, 1702 Miramonte and 777 Cuesta Drive. Thirdly is 1949 Grant Road. Fourth is 677 to 699 Calderon Avenue. And last is the Mountain View Transit Center. The following three slides summarize staff's recommended approach for each of these areas. Three of the housing element areas, the west of Evandale Precise Plan on Evandale and Fairchild, 1702 Miramonte, 777 Cuesta, and 677 Calderon, have existing commercial uses. Therefore, staff recommends the general plan mixed-use village center land use approach. This ensures that existing uses do not become non-conforming, and the zone will continue to allow commercial uses. This approach also allows the city to target the correct housing element densities to each of the areas. The general plan designations would also be modified to align with the identified target densities. The west end of Evandale Precise Plan would be amended to general mixed use, which allows 1.35 FAR, equivalent to 43 units per acre, and the remaining areas would be amended to neighborhood mixed use, which would allow 30 units per acre. 1949 Grant Road doesn't include existing or surround commercial uses, so staff recommends the R3 multiple family zoning district approach, which can be implemented with other site-specific language in the existing Grant Martin's Precise Plan. The reference to the R3 zoning district would allow multifamily housing up to 35 units per acre. Since this is a precise plan, there's existing verbiage to identify the existing convalescent hospital as an allowed use, and that policy language would be retained. The final approach is a specific precise plan approach. Staff proposes a limited approach that allows residential development, but leaves the consideration of specific standards to future discussions with Caltrain. This would mean amending the Evelyn Avenue Corridor Precise Plan and the General Plan to allow residential up to 75 units per acre. As Caltrain is the primary ownership, any future joint development depends on ongoing discussions with them. An EPC meeting was held January 15th. At that meeting, the EPC recommended staff's recommended approach for all the sites. However, EPC recommended council direct staff to study two additional items. The first was to study incentives that would retain small businesses on sites proposed to be redeveloped. The second is to allow the existing convalescent home to expand at a similar building envelope as the R3 zoning would allow. Here are next steps. Once council provides a recommendation on staff's zoning and general plan approach for each site, staff will then draft the proposed zoning and general plan amendments and conduct the necessary CEQA analysis. The amendments then will return to the EPC and City Council towards the end of 2025 for adoption before the housing element deadline. As indicated earlier, staff is seeking council feedback on staff's recommended approach. And thank you for your time. This concludes our presentation, and we're available to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do we have any question? Does any member of the council have questions? Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I had a question that I put into the council questions about everything that you pointed out to, and maybe you can clarify for me. We're all small business strip malls, big malls in neighborhoods, which sort of make community centers throughout the city. And it appeared to me, or my observation was that you were going to try to discourage those small businesses there and put in housing. So I couldn't see where you were, at one point it said required commercial. So is commercial required, or are you just saying these sites are ready for development, and if a developer comes in, there goes the small little strip mall in the neighborhood and it's all housing?
For the sites that have existing small business uses like the Calderon site, the Leong Drive areas, and the Miramonte and Cuesta sites, those sites, we are recommending an approach that would require mixed use in the new residential development. So there would be a commercial requirement. It's not clear that there would be hypothetically a one-for-one replacement of commercial, but there would be a commercial requirement in the new development.
So for example, the one on Calderon, they would strip the lot and then put in one commercial property. You know, right now there's about 4 or 5 small businesses there. So they could be displaced or put out of business, and just if they just put in one commercial item, that would satisfy the requirement?
There is a minimum floor area requirement in the mixed-use village center land use definition in the zoning ordinance. We have not done an analysis of whether that is equal to the amount of floor area that is currently on that site. Certainly any new development that would come in would not necessarily be required to provide space for the existing tenants in that shopping center. And so that would be a different kind of program that the city would have to study, some kind of right of return program or something. And I believe in the answer, we acknowledge that there might be challenges with implementing a program like that for commercial businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Hicks.
So how do you arrive at the recommended densities for some of these sites, like the senior, I don't know what it's called, the convalescent site on Grant, or the site on Calderon? The site on Calderon in particular, a lot of it is surface parking. So do you assume for the density that, like, if it were housing with one commercial site, it might have the parking tucked underneath, so much more of the site could be developed? Does your density estimate assume that it's just going to go over the existing building and the surface parking will remain, or do you assume that the parking will be configured underneath a taller building, or how do you do that?
So the density numbers came from the housing element, and so the 30 units per acre is actually statutory. That is the minimum density that we can apply to sites and use them in our lower income RHNA category. So that's where the 30 units came from. 30 units per acre came from. It gave us the most flexibility to apply those sites to our RHNA. You're asking specifically about the Calderon site, for example. We're not doing any kind of prototype analysis for this. We're really just implementing the program in the housing element, the densities that are prescribed in the housing element. We have seen a we have a project in the pipeline right now, the 400 Moffett Boulevard project, that is using the mixed-use village center standards. They're allowed a lot more density on that site than 30 units per acre because of the general plan designation. So it is a larger building. And they're also using density bonus to get additional density on top of that. So we do expect to see that it's difficult to anticipate whether a developer at 30 units per acre will choose to have some field parking. That's possible at that density, but the standards do anticipate more of a structured parking type design.
Yeah, it would be helpful to have a prototype because I can't picture exactly where we're going with this. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Do we have any other questions from council before we move on to public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Each speaker will have 1.5 minutes. 1.5, hopefully. Mr. Jensen, you got that too? All right. We're going to start with our in-person comments. I'm hoping I pronounced it right. Tejish Mistry. Oh, wonderful.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tejas Mystery, speaking on behalf of 55 Fairchild Drive, which is currently the Ramada by Wyndham. Thank you for including us in the housing element report. We're keen to redevelop our site either as a hotel or as residential. As I imagine almost every other property owner in the Evandale Precise area, Evandale Precise Plan Area A is as well. As I'm assuming many of you have driven through that part of Evandale Precise Plan, it is ripe for redevelopment. The staff report includes a variety of possible zoning approaches, including rezoning to commercial residential arterial, that's CRA, the mixed-use village center that is being that's in the report, as well as amending the existing precise plans. We strongly urge you to reconsider the planning department's recommendation to apply general plan mixed-use village, as this rezoning will not change the extremely restrictive development of hotels and motels in this area, keeping us restricting us to only being able to build a 2-story hotel with an FAR of 0.35. When you compare that to what that would allow us to build for residential, it seems absolutely ridiculous. The CRA zoning, which is another option, is much more broad in the types of residential and commercial development that can occur, and it would allow for actual commercial redevelopment in our area.
Thank you so much for your time. All right, are there any other in-person public comments? None. We will move on to virtual public comments. I see David Watson.
Hi. We didn't get our letter in before we were sure you'd have a chance to read it, so I was going to just read it here. It's short. We would like to comment on the rezoning of assorted sites to ensure consistency with the general plan. One item on the list calls for special attention: the transit center. We believe that the planned transit center joint development should be the tallest building in Mountain View. This is a once-in-a-lifetime placemaking opportunity and a valuable source of potential revenue for a complete transit center project. We thus request that the city approve unlimited density for the transit center site, except as restricted by the FAA due to Moffett Field flight path. Thank you for considering our input. And this was written by Ilya, but of course it's on behalf of all the members of Mountain View YIMBY, and I'm David Watson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We have no more virtual public comment, so I will bring it back to council for deliberation and action. A motion is in order. The Assistant City Clerk will take a roll call vote as we have council members participating remotely this evening.
Oh, the action is to provide feedback on staff's recommended approach for each of these four areas.
And specifically, we're looking to confirm the approach outlined or to get direction on a revised approach.
So we don't need a motion. All right. So we have first up, Councilmember Clark.
Sorry,
Oh, wait.
can I interrupt? I'm sorry. You do need a motion. This isn't a study session, so it could be just a motion to support staff's recommendation or the changes, updates. It's a simple motion.
All right. Thank you for that clarity. So we'll start with Councilmember Clark.
I just, based on what was presented and having met with staff and then as well as reviewing the EPC report, I think I'm okay with the overall recommended approach here. I did see the EPC comments on the two items, but I think those can probably be best addressed in the intereconomic development strategy and efforts there, as opposed to via the precise plan, unless staff feels otherwise. So I think overall, I'm comfortable with moving forward with the staff recommendation. I'm happy to make that motion, and then we can discuss it or modify it if we need to.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Clark. I'm actually going to hop to Mayor Kamei for a second because she had her hand up actually before everyone else had. All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I'm going to be getting kicked out of my conference room. So I will second the motion by Councilmember Clark if it hasn't been seconded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kamei. Next, we have Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Clark and Mayor Kamei. I appreciate the staff work on this item. I think the only thing I would suggest is it really weren't too many other options available to you, and I feel badly that you've had to go through the exercise of taking this to EPC and council, only to have to take it back to EPC and council later on to provide essentially the same recommendations, but with the formal rezoning. So I think feel empowered, have some confidence in yourselves, and feel free to sidestep. I mean, I think I appreciate the check-in. And I think when there are controversial or challenging items, it's absolutely appropriate. In this case, I think your work is solid, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. Next, we have Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I still have concerns about unintended consequences about a developer coming in and doing something that wasn't intended. So unless there was assurances that, because I asked you about the floor space, and you're saying, well, it could be, from 2,000 to 500 meets the requirements. So I don't see that in this, so I can't support this. I need to have more clarity and protection for small businesses and community, because on one hand, we're all saying, hey, well, let's support small businesses. The next thing we know, we're going, well, let's clear it out. And those small areas within the city are a community center for everybody. And it provides jobs, it places somewhere to go, it provides walkability, and there's just too much involved to uncertainty to let it go. So that's a concern of mine.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm leaning towards supporting the motion, but I do want to check in with staff and see whether they think it would be better, as the motion maker said. So I agree with the EPC on small business protections, and I'm wondering if you think it can be handled well in the economic vitality plan, or if we should tweak it and add it to this motion, whether you have any comments on that.
I think, as was indicated during the EPC hearing on this issue, There may be some approaches that could be incorporated in the zoning. We would need to look very carefully at those. So I think I would like to take the opportunity to try and do that, or at least to explore what the options are in the course of preparing these general plan and zoning actions, recognizing the zoning probably isn't the tool that can accomplish all of it. And multiple strategies, including those in the economic vitality strategy, will need to supplement this and other efforts as well.
So would the maker of the motion be able to add that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If there are ways to address it through zoning code, that's fine too.
Okay. Thank you. And the seconder?
Mayor Kamei, do you also support that small addendum? Yep, thumbs up. All right, that's all the council. Councilmember McAllister.
Would what you just said take care of my concerns?
I don't know that I can commit to that. I think we don't know what options are available, but we're interested in exploring, what tools there may be in the zoning to encourage or incentivize preservation of commercial floor area for small businesses, or incentives to have the actual businesses return after the development. We just don't know what those options are because we haven't evaluated them yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with no other speakers, my only comments is I agree with one of the public commenters about increasing density at the transit station, but I understand from our discussion beforehand that this is going to be a conversation between our city and Caltrain to see what will actually be built there. I'm totally open to be making it as tall as possible, making use of that land right next to a Caltrain station, but I don't think that's appropriate for the motion. So with no one else's comments, I will have the city clerk do the roll call vote.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister? No. Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Showalter seems to have left the meeting. Vice Mayor Ramos?
Yes.
Motion carries with 6 ayes and 1 absence. I apologize. 5 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 absence.
Thank you so much, Assistant City Clerk. We will now move on to our final item, council, staff, and committee reports. Do we have any council, staff, and committee reports? Councilmember Clark.
I just need to report that I went to the Northern California Mayors and Council Members Academy was full when I registered, so I attended the one in Southern California, which wasn't full when I registered. It was January 29th through the 31st.
Do we have any other comments? Councilmember Hicks.
So I was going to ask, given the talk tonight about dramatic change at the federal level and possible impacts on the city, I'm going to ask other council members or maybe the city manager if there's any way. I know when I've talked to members of the public, there's a lot of concern about how these changes may impact the city and people in the city. If there's any way, in particular, maybe funding that we have for various programs that support community for all and affordable housing and vulnerable communities. Do you have any suggestions for how we might address those concerns?
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So I can let council know preliminarily that we have potentially about $6.5 million of impacts if certain funding streams get ceased by the federal government. It was mentioned already, primarily it would be our CDBG and home funds. There are some other funds that we receive from the federal government. What we have been planning on doing was bringing council an update as part of the mid-year budget, which you all will hear at your next meeting in 2 weeks. So we will certainly be able to give more information at that time, just in terms of the potential financial impacts. Something else we can do, and you all have talked about it already, is just to make sure that we're working with MMO partners on giving you all frequent updates about what's going on. So we will work with them on an off-agenda memo of some sort as to any future funding impacts or policy impacts or things that may impact Mountain View. So we'll do both the mid-year budget update, and we will work with them on something that's a follow-up to that with more information.
Okay, that sounds good to me as a way of addressing it. It'll slide into the next agenda. And if I have another meeting that I'll announce that I went to, unless people have any other comments on how to address that. Seeing no other comments. So I've been a rep to Avenidas, which is a Mountain View Palo Alto Senior Services Center located in Palo Alto for some number of years now, and I rarely even report when I go there, which I don't think I'm required to do. But I did a special tour of the Avenidas Rose Kleiner Center, which is adult daycare near the senior center, which you probably, many of you have been to for evening events, most likely. I'd never been there before, and it's a beautiful place. I recommend that people go there. But I went there with, as you all may remember, our senior advisory committee's been having trouble attracting people, and we're trying to reconstitute it. So I went and met with the director of the Avenidas Rose Kleiner Center, or of Avenidas, I should say, along with Nirvana, who has a lot of exciting plans about putting the senior advisory committee back together. And it was a pretty exciting meeting because, as the two of them said, we're about to experience a senior tsunami, and the Avenidas Rose Kleiner Center is experiencing tremendous growth, and they would really like to interact with us more. And some of the first thing, they're experiencing tremendous growth. People go there from Fremont to Gilroy. They travel all the way to attend our center, and they have actually relatively few people from Mountain View. So they want to make sure that we're actually supporting our own residents and their own needs, and they want to interact with us more on that. And they also, their biggest growth area is a Chinese community center, and they want to expand. They need a larger footprint for that, and they would also like to interact with us on that. So I'm reporting back on that meeting and hope to report back more in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. I think the only thing I have to report out is I participated in the Cities Association City Selection Committee second half, and the Board of, and then there was another meeting after that. But Councilmember Clark got appointed to something, so I forgot exactly what it was, but congratulations.
There are a few different things, but anyway, we don't have to go into them tonight.
All right. Okay. So tonight we are adjourning the meeting in honor of former council member Ralph Favarelli, who provides a special service to our city organization and our community. So some key facts. Ralph played a key leadership role in important projects in Mountain View, such as the creation of the new senior center with adult day health care and many services for families and seniors, and space for many activities, as we were just talking about. Creation of the child care center at Rangsdorf Park, early planning and conceptualizing the new community center, creation of the sailing SCO play structure at the Shoreline Sailing Lake, and numerous upgrades throughout Shoreline Park and Shoreline Amphitheater. In addition, Ralph was an ardent advocate of youth activities and the Youth Advisory Committee, recognition of Mountain View's history and the Historical Association, his Italian heritage, and the county's sister county relationships, the work of the Santa Clara County Cities Association, and promoting the rebuilding of the old El Camino Hospital Tower. We want to honor and recognize Ralph for his dedication to the Mountain View community, and our thoughts are with his family and loved ones. So the next City Council meeting will be held on February 18th, 2025 to conduct applicant interviews for the Environmental Planning Commission. So this meeting is adjourned at, are we good? We're good. Okay. The meeting is adjourned at 10:15.